Nope, it's just too warm in here. Turns out, blood sugar's fine. Also, this is where I'm at, chat. Blood sugar gang? No, but I am type 1 diabetic, so. This is where I'm at. It's -1 degrees outside, and I'm like, man, it's too warm. So I just turned my heat off and opened the sliding glass door. Remind me in like 30 minutes to go close it. Otherwise, I'll go close it when I get cold. Neighbors have their heat up too much? No, I actually turned my heat on. Not because of like last night, but the 4 days before when it was like -20 outside. It was a little nippy in my apartment, and I don't really want my plants to die, so I turned the heat on. So I've actually had the heat on the last like 3-4 days, but I'm probably gonna turn it off now because like it's only like just below freezing outside. Also, it's still snowing, and since that picture I showed off earlier, we've gained about that much snow since I started this stream. So that's cool. Which is why I don't have a meeting with my landlord today. -13 in Wisconsin, yeah. So there is a goblin siege happening right now. We'll check in with the dwarfs after the siege. But currently they is just wanderings around is up on top of the mountain, and it's mildly annoying. And they were taking forever to path down to the fort, so I decided to just wait until tomorrow, or by that I mean today, to deal with it. So yeah, snowing like crazy. Gotcha. Yeah, this cold spell has been fun. I keep saying this, people have been saying I'm nuts, but like I like the cold. It's been very pleasant. I've been enjoying it. Like it's been very nice. It's like, oh yeah, no, the cold is so nice. It's very pleasant. It's nice and cool. So, I'm not entirely sure why these invaders are taking so long to get down, but we're just gonna kind of try and follow them. There's also this dismal hunter who's on the map, who is friendly. And because I've attacked several necromancers, I have a feeling it might be a spy. Finally warmed up in Missouri? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, like, what's the weather forecast for the next few days here? Let's take a peek. Also, just for the VOD stuff, Twitch chat, if you guys want, you can say hi, YouTube. Yeah, it's currently -2 outside, so it's nice and warm. But it's supposed to snow all day today. It's supposed to snow all day tomorrow. And then, rain. Ad infinitum. Oh boy, okay, cool. The Forgotten Beast, Beller, has come. A huge quadruped composed of water. Bubble, 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 pop. Bubble, bubble, pop, pop. It has 4 broad horns, and it undulates rhythmically. I mean, I'm not surprised. Beware its poison vapors. That thing isn't going to make it out of the caverns. It's going to be dead before it gets out of the caverns. Does it have any kills? No, that's as I expected. It's low stamina and frail. You don't say! It's going to die to a Drothla. Come on, Drothla. Kick it. Kick it, Drothla. I'm not even... How did it... What? So, it did... The Forgotten Beast is caught in a burst of its own frozen extract. It missed twice. It inhaled its own vapor. And it died. It missed. It must be a fashion brand because now it's got the drip. Wizard of Orb, hello. King, what's up? How's the... How did he even get to the caves? Good question. Must have been under a rock or something. This reminds me of the time that I had a spider made of fire once, and it started on top of a tree, like just at the edge of the map. Similar to, like, let's just say this was the edge of the map, right? It started like right here, and it just walked forward and jumped to try and fight with some animals, like a crundle, I think. Landed on the ground and just exploded into a billion pieces. It's just bits went everywhere. It's like, good for you, fire spider. Now watch the vapor. Vapor, not so much. Dust is the one that spreads. But it's good to see you, Wizard of Orb. Hope you've been well. Also, hi, Tygo. So most of my dwarves are inside watching weaponsmithing demonstrations. I've kind of just given them a break. I'm going to unforbid all of my brew drink jobs. Well, those are all from fruit. I can't type. What'd I do? Probably DFAC broke it. There we go. Brew drink from plant. Let's just do 400 brew drink from plant. So we are waiting for this invasion squad to slowly make their way down the mountain. But they appear to just be walking in circles. I'm starting to think I may have unknowingly accidentally made it impossible for them to get down, but I don't think I have. What stopped you then, Wizard of Orb? It's nice to see the fort making the Deadlands more lively with the cave moss. Yeah, I kind of don't like the way, I like how square the cave moss is underground there, but working on it. I'm kind of tempted to just send my soldiers up here to kill them, but it's going to be a very anticlimactic fight. Like, let's just send my melee squads up here to fight them. I don't even think I need to send all of them, because this is a pretty small siege. Yeah, it's very small. I'm just going to send my soldiers. Was that a ghost? Nope, giant hole. There's a Gorlak! Friend! Stay alive, bud. I wish Gorlaks could join. Gorlaks are like the only time that I'm ever really tempted to, like, force a character to join my fortress. We're going to follow Giant Blue Lizard, or rather not Giant Blue Lizard. Now, I have a question, actually. Is the front door locked? Ah. Oh! That explains it. Go back to training. Don't actually do what I just told you to do. That explains why they're not coming in. I know what you mean. Well, what I would say, Wizard, is I think that there's something that people miss when they're talking about video games. And usually what that thing is they expect you to have to... How do I explain this? Cancel this. People expect you to have to put a lot of time into video games to be able to play video, to be able to stream, right? People expect that you have to put a lot of time into this. The reality is you don't. You know, like I know streamers who stream for 3 hours once a week, and they have their little audience that shows up, and that's what they do, right? And that's all you need to do is you need to build up a schedule when people know when you're going to be on. And if people know when you're going to be on, you can realistically have a full-time job, a real life, and, you know, still be able to stream a couple hours a week and slowly build a little audience. After 100 dwarves, you can't keep up. You get used to it. But, you know, here's the thing. Once adventure mode is out, Wizard, you could just stream adventure mode and be an actual comedian. You could be a comedian playing as a comedian. You could just write poems and tell jokes. Sup, Pack. How you doing? And you could go in with the dream of ruling the world as a comedian and just try to slowly push your reputation enough that you could convince somebody to join you in an insurrection and then, like, take over a faction. Like, you could just very slowly, through the art of poetry and comedy, take over a faction. You're very hyped for adventure mode because you suck at fortress mode? And I'll be honest, sucking at fortress mode makes fortress mode better. So I guarantee you this guy is a... guy's spying on us. No way in hell you aren't spying on me. We're gonna get attacked by the undead soon. Mark my words. So I'm not gonna shoot the shotguns at them, because as you can see, there's still a lot of shotgun ammo that needs to be reloaded. And this is a really small siege, and I don't really feel like stressing on my military again, because I finally made them happy-ish. So we're gonna drop the splat plat on them. Should I kill the visitor? He's already gone. So, no, but he comes back. Yes. So we're just gonna wait until they hit here, and then I'll pull the lever. Everybody loves a good splat plat, you know? So, for those of you who missed it, where are you? I know that you're in this siege. Goblin, where are you? I know you're here, Goblin. Although he might be really far back for reasons. Oh, maybe he left. So, there's a goblin who has attacked me multiple times who was a part of this siege initially. Whose wife I killed in the last siege. Who'd also attacked me multiple times. And it also killed my dwarves. Pulu is tantruming. So if you had a dwarf, if you had a dwarf in this fort, once this siege is done, feel free to ask me, and I will check in on your dwarf. But there's so many, it's going to take me 5 minutes to read all the names. There's literally like 150 dwarves named in this fort. So just for the sake of time, I'm not going to read all of the names. All right, we'll just drop it. Boom. Easy. How'd you not die? That's ridiculous. So much more DF than you have on your own. Well, that's cool. I'm happy to be able to provide entertainment like that. Are you still attacking me? I mean, he just got, like, blasted by boulders, basically. You know, I might just start building floors and doing them that way. She is unconscious, yeah. Can she breathe? Severe blood loss. Can't stand. Well, I'm just going to go line up my Marks dwarves, I think is what I'm going to do. 1, 2, 3. While the game is paused, I'm going to go down to... Cleo is still alive. I can tell you that right now, Taylor. Just skimming YouTube chat right now. Yep, you are making pig iron bars currently. If you want to get a dwarf, you just ask nicely. That's it. I mean, like, sure, I could charge people for it. Glass half empty is tantruming as well. Or tantrumed is now being carried to the hospital. Well, I guess you lost. But yeah, I don't charge for dwarves because I think that's silly. If you want to give me money, that's cool. But we would play Payday's 2 Razormind music. I don't even know what that is. Ability to stand lost. Well, we'll let you heal up before I convict you of your crimes. Here come the Marks dwarves. Lining up with all their bolts. Goblins are lining up. Bolts should be firing. There they go. And there goes the first goblin, and the siege is broken. Easy enough. Which was probably the one that was unconscious, actually. Got up and started walking forward and just pop, 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 dead. Yeah, this is the official soundtrack. I don't ever run playlists, Running Rock. I only ever listen to the soundtrack for the game I'm playing. Just because copyright issues for streams is a huge rabbit hole that I'd rather not dive into. I was gonna just close this, but I guess that's actually a bad idea. These dwarves are all running out to go grab stuff. Dwarves going out to pick up equipment. Well, I don't think they're gonna collide with goblins. Should all be gone. It's this one. But you're leaving pretty quick. It's fun to stay the DMCA. But yeah, no, while playing playlists is cool and stuff, I listen to video game soundtracks at the start of the stream on record to change it up a little bit. And then outside of that, I just listen to video game music. I used to, like, have a playlist of, like, various other video game music that I would listen to while playing Dwarf Fort back in the day. But I stopped doing that around the time Premium came out because I was like, well, really, what's the point? I mean, there's a soundtrack now, so I'll just listen to that. Do I have any fisher dwarves that you could be? I have absolutely no fisher dwarves in this fort because there are no fish. And I'm not going to check to see if there's fish in the caverns because the caverns are pretty dangerous. They're full of trolls and other things that would kill a fisher dwarf. The Clip and VOD apocalypse, is everybody on their toes? I wouldn't say it has everybody on their toes. I see people still very much going against it, but I was off of playing soundtracks way before that happened. Like, way before that happened. Could you have a dwarf? Okay, let's do this. All right, chat, if you would like a dwarf and you do not currently have a dwarf, say pick me. If you had a dwarf previously in this fort or can't remember, let me know and I'll check in on them and double check that they're alive. We'll name like 5 or 6 dwarves here. That also goes for YouTube chat if you guys want. Because we didn't do this in the last few streams. All right, so Zul'Ban is the first one getting named, and this is going to be Blundermoth. Blundermoth is a weaponsmith. Blundermoth is a nervous wreck. and is a pessimist, isn't particularly curious about the world, takes offered helping gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and is slow to trust others, often cheerful and doesn't seek out excitement, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and tends to think before acting. Dreams of raising a family and personally thinks that there is something deeply wrong with people that persevere through adversity, sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and sees working hard as a waste of time, sees war as a useful means to an end, and values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of raising a family. Has plenty of friends, but no family in the fortress. Is a member of the Fresh Sect, which is a religion I am not familiar with, and you worship the god Subi Amojudan. 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 Sure. Yes, that. I'm going to name some more dwarves, but first, actually, I'm going to go close my sliding glass door because it is cold. Gerald, I can tell you for a fact your dwarf died last night towards the end of the stream. God, it's snowing so much. Holy shit. This is like the one big dump of snow we're going to get for the year, probably. All right, so next up. A lot of you are going to get kids. I won't give kids out if they're pissed, though. Next up is going to be drove in. As long as you didn't drove into the wall. You are 7 years old. Which means you'll likely become an adult in this fort, which is a good thing. You do have a father who's alive in the fortress, who is the suited giraffe and an older brother, Kodal. And your mother, Shogun, unfortunately passed away. Drovian. I know it's... I'm pretty sure I always pronounce it wrong, but I feel like I've also made that joke like 10 times. I'm pretty sure I know how to correctly say your name. I just don't. I should get better about that. Drovian. Anyway, Drovian is... They get caught up in internal deliberations when actions necessary, is sometimes cruel, like most children, and is often sad and dejected. Is occasionally overindulges and is very humble. Tends to hang on to grievances and has a sense of duty. Is quite polite, and though she is troubled by this natural tendency in herself, since she finds dignified society to be stifling and silly when properly considered. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is slow to trust others, and she tends to be passive in discussions. Nothing wrong with the joke. Yeah, Drovian. She is slow to trust others, and she tends to consider what others think of her. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and exhales slowly and deliberately when she starts getting bored. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of raising a family. Personally, would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Sees the attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions as vain and foolish, and finds friendship burdensome, and dreams of raising a family. Is there anybody I should be interrogating? You know, I'm gonna interrogate you. And interrogate you. I'm trying to, because these are my two live-in characters that live here permanently, and I kind of want to find out a little bit more about them if possible, like where they came from, or if they've committed crimes in the past and such, because that sort of stuff's fun. Next up, we got Wutok. Wutok is now going to be Eronius Mosh. Eronius Mosh. You are 8 years old, and your mom and dad are Big Bang and Ral. She is also a nervous wreck, and she is rarely jealous. She's very quick to anger, prone to hatreds, and often develops negative feelings. Is very greedy and seeks out excitement, exciting and adventurous situations. She is conflicted by this, and she values tranquility and preferable to. She finds tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually, and she is very happy and optimistic. She is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. You're a conflicted little child. She does not often feel lustful, and she tends to avoid crowds. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She tends to consider what others think of her, and she's grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. I feel like a lot of the dwarves in this fortress are just nervous wrecks. And also, oddly enough, like, quite often very angry. Like, so often cruel and whatnot. Okay, this makes no sense to me. Okay, never mind. I thought this dwarf had a different name. All right, let's jump up to Eustath. Let's give somebody in the military. Let's go with Sneaky Snake. Okay. You're hauling a gold goblet, and you're incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. Isn't particularly curious about the world, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He tends to hang on to grievances, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He acts with little determination and confidence and thinks he is fairly important to the grand scheme of things. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is a friendly individual, and he is conflicted by this nature, as he would ideally prefer more strife in his life. He likes to take it easy and doesn't handle stress well, and he occasionally overindulges and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of mastering a skill, and personally finds the entire concept of sacrifice for others truly disgusting after experiencing trauma 2 years ago. And he is greatly disturbed by peace and quiet existence, and finds leisure time wasteful and doesn't respect a society that's settled into harmony without debate and strife. And obviously wants to master that skill that he's got. His older sister, who is Tourist, is now Rai Oshin. Did I miss an H? Oshynnchat. Indigo Floor. I like your last name. That's a good last name. You also have lots of family in the fortress. She is an optimist and enjoys being in crowds. She's given to flights of fancy. And, we should make this dwarf into a tavern keeper, I think. She's given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, and she very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. She has a great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and she does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She is often nervous, and she is curious and eager to learn. She likes a little excitement now and then, and is conflicted by this. She considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she does not go out of her way to help others. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and she doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she tends to consider what others think of her, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. She personally would just as soon have nature in the great outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a great mining pit, strongly values tranquility and quiet, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. Yeah, we're gonna make this dwarf into a tavern keeper. Tavern keeper! You'll be not the first. We have several of those. Although I need to actually find the tavern. There it is. Just because I feel like you'd enjoy it. Let's check the people who asked if they have one. I can't remember if ice hockey had one. No, you don't. Darius, yes, your dwarf is still alive. Tygo. Did you have one previously in this one? I know you did in the last fort. No, you have not had one in this fort. So, Tygo, we can name you. In Fragrance. Yes, you are still alive. You're a Sword Master. Chad Broski wants to check in. Elite Marksdorf, also quite happy. Okay, so let's name a few more people. And hi there, Koopa. What's up? Next up, we're gonna change it up a wee bit. Name. This one right here is going to be Taff Jaff. There you go. Taff Jaff is from the YouTube chat, and she cuts any corners possible when working on a project, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. It very rarely is moved by curiosity and is confident under pressure. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, by culture or appearance, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Tends to be swayed by the emotional appeals and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason. She tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and is quick to anger. Tries to do things correctly each time and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and doesn't often feel envious of others and tends to consider what others think of her. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and occasionally overindulges and enjoys the company of others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally values peace over war. Values nature and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. You must hate it here. You're also hanging out in the library currently, and you read An Exploration of the Goblin, and that was satisfying. You're currently reading The Mountain Home book. It's like a dwarven child's story, is what it sounds like. It's a 46-page guide entitled The Mountain Home book, authored by Olden. It concerns the fortress of Revered. Is that revered? I think that's what that word is. The writing is quite touching. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Well, I mean, history. Nuclear Sneeze, are you dwarfed? Yes. Nuclear Sneeze, the sequel, is dwarfed. We did get you dwarfed. Okay, so continuing to scroll down. Next up here would be Running Rock. Kind of just going down the list. Let's give you a Mark's Dwarf Running Rock. He often feels filled with joy. He never acts without prolonged deliberation, even to his own detriment and the harm of those around him, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. I'm also just going to finish reading this dwarf, and then I'm going to do a thing, and then we'll keep naming people. By differences in appearance or culture, he doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and he very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible and is a friendly individual and takes offered help and gets without feeling particularly grateful. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he likes to brawl, though he is disturbed by this as he values quiet, at least in the abstract, and he doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is very humble and generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity. When he's bored, he starts talking to inanimate objects and needs alcohol to get through the working day. It's like me and my plants. I talk to my plants. He personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time were leisure time. Views tranquility as one of the highest ideals, believes idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. And finds sacrifice to be one of the highest ideals and sees lying as an important means to an end and respects power. Married to Big Bang, and Mosh is one of your kids. So I'm going to take 2 seconds off of naming dwarves, and I'm just going to jump down to here, and we're just going to get this open and hauling, because all I have to do to get this going and to get these refilling is add this in. So I'm not going to fully clean up the bodies and whatnot, but I am going to add this in just so that we can get dwarves doing stuff. Potato Godzilla is stumbling around obliviously. That's a shame. Next up, we are going to grab, let's just get another weaponsmith up in here, who's Volbok by current name, but is about to become Ice Hockey PLYR. Ice hockey player. What? Did I miss, Elfie? She never feels hatred towards anyone or anything and doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise. Does not trust others and is somewhat scatterbrained. Is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. And we're in an ad break now, shit. Ice hockey's subbed, so it's fine. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, does not often experience strong cravings or urges, and tends to be a little wasteful in working on projects, and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Her eldest son in the fortress is a weaponsmith. Give me dwarf too? Okay, so that'll be Laya the sequel. I mean, yeah, there will be dwarves left. This is going to take us a little bit, just for reference. Okay, so Trimkoff, thank you for the penny. I think that's the first bits of the stream. Let me double check. Yes, that is in fact the first bitty of the stream. And thank you very much for your last bit. That means an oddly large amount. Dastot, the weaponsmith, who is the kid of ice hockey player, is going to be Tygo. Parties, yeah, sure, love the idea. In reality, not so much. Entirely correct. You know, I can relate to that to a degree. Let's wait another few seconds for the ads to end, and then we'll dive back in. So this is Tygo. He is very readily moved by curiosity and is always tense and jittery. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and tends to hold on to grievances. He prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible, and he likes a little excitement now and then. He often feels lustful, and he tends to be passive in discussions, and he lives He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he tends to consider what others think of him, often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and he whispers when he's thinking hard about something. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. And I'm mildly curious what that artifact was. So something bomb wreck. Objects. Which artifact did you make? One of the longer names. So you made a black bronze battle axe. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of black bronze. So you made the black bronze battle axe that we have, which is behind bars. Nothing wrong with having extra picks. All right, so let's get a couple other people named. I need to check in. How about let's go with an axe dwarf. Magquamo. Despairs of anything positive happening in the future and lives without feelings of hope. Relatable. Never fails to seek out the most stressful and dangerous situations, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, is inattentive to detail in her own work, and is sloppy with her living space. Doesn't often feel envious of others and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this as she dislikes the natural world, can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and often acts with compassion. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she can handle stress. She often feels discouraged and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of mastering a skill, and personally has great respect for fairness and greatly respects individuals that persevere through their trials and labors, and values loyalty and finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time, does not particularly value the truth, and sees cooperation as valuable. That's an interesting dwarf. Like, is in the military, is in utter despair of anything positive happening, but very loyal and will deal with it. I respect this dwarf. Really enjoys performing, really enjoys sparring. Saw Troglodyte's dead body and was miffed by it once. Gratitude, being rescued. Like, a lot of dwarves get upset when they get injured and get rescued. This dwarf was happy after getting rescued. It's a good dwarf. I like that dwarf. Not sure if Martin the Spear Dwarf is still kicking. I don't think he is. Let me double check. Yeah, I guess I could have just searched on the screen. No, you are. You are, in fact, still kicking. Generally will seek retribution for past wrongs, exciting, stressful situations. You're wielding a named spear in your right hand. Lonely after being away from family. Mostly positive memories. Frustrated dwelling upon experiencing trauma, but you learn to value harmony because of it. Scrolling through things. The vibes are off. Yeah, I agree with that. All right. Now we're all caught up, I think. So picks are so you're trying. Are you trying to? So Taff Jaff, are you trying to just use picks as weapons for military? Because the thing that you need to know, picks are not designated in vanilla as a weapon, right? Yes, you can use them as a weapon, but it's going to cause weird uniform issues. Like, you can do it. It'll work. You can make it work. But it's going to cause really weird uniform issues, especially when it comes to like putting down and picking up the uniform bits. I would recommend against it. It's like, yes, can they be good weapons in a lot of situations? Certainly. Is there a noticeable player end difference between picks and swords? Aside from that, one is more annoying to manage because uniforms break sometimes? No. If you really want to have an effective military, just let the dwarves pick up the weapons that are available and let them train.
Over here, he has a sword.
Is your dwarf still around? Let's check, Ranger Rick. Ranger Rick, you are still, in fact, still around. You're a competent armor smith. You're focused, even. That's how in good space you are. You really enjoy practicing at the archery range, and you enjoy being near the fine furnaces in the forge rooms. Your dwarf has been learning about armor smithing recently, and you feel sympathy after bringing somebody to rest after probably a battle, I would assume. You feel empathy after discussing problems with a friend of yours. You don't actually have any family in the fortress, but you do have a lot of friends. Oh, no, that's not true. Shinira was in the fortress who died, so one of your friends. You're really good friends with Killer Spud and Taigo. Picks are pretty good. I wouldn't use them. Like, just... You made miners into that squad so uniforms won't break as often. Yeah, I don't know. I advise against doing such things. I mean, like, it's absolutely up to you if you want to do such things. So, like, you know, go nuts, I guess, at the end of the day. World's your oyster. But that's, I don't know. I advise against doing things like that because it's always struck me as a little... Not pointless, that's the wrong word. But not the best idea, I guess. Is what I would say. Just gonna melt some metal objects. We're gonna melt these bins down. Yeah, unless you're going to mod your game to just make something into a weapon, my statement generally is just stick to the things that are weapons because you'll cause yourself less problems. But I mean, you know, if you're willing to deal with the issues, then go nuts. That is up to you. It's just something I'm not personally willing to deal with. Yeah, you need to make sure that they're a miner as well. Like I said, it's just another layer of things that you have to fiddle with, which, you know, some people are willing to deal with, and I'm not! So, you know, if you're willing to deal with it, then respect, I suppose. So I'm also going to go down into here, and I'm just trying to make this area look a little nicer. I guess I'll just say what I always say when this subject kind of comes up, which is like, if you want to use the optimal strategy from the wiki, don't come to me when you start running into problems, because you're trying to force the game to do things that it's not really designed to do. I mean, miner squads are pretty effective to begin with. I mean, like, if the concern isn't like, okay, so think about it this way. If your concern isn't, I want my dwarves to be able... I want my military to primarily use picks, and what you actually want is... I'm not saying that this is what this person's saying. But if what you're actually saying is, I don't want my dwarves to use picks, I just want all of my civilians to have some combat skill, just make a billion no-uniform, like, wrestling squads. As long as everybody has some dodging skill, their chance of randomly dying is significantly lower. You can get mining squads so fast. Just pick a layer you don't care about and tell them to mine the whole thing. Done. You'll have legendary dwarves in 2 months. It's so fast to get legendary miners. And if you want it to go even faster, just pick a layer that's like dirt or sand. Because like they will mine that whole layer out way faster. You won't get any boulders out of it. And it's the same amount of XP. Like, if you're just trying to train up miners, then, you know, just do that. Or make a guild hall, even. That had the unfortunate task of slaying the fort's first forgotten beasts, and they all went buck wild, and after I quickly scrambled them together to destroy the beast, it was glorious reading how often they would swing picks down at the beast's limbs. Oh yeah, no, definitely. I mean, like, there was one fort once where I did a miner squad, and it was pretty cool. I mean, they were quite efficient. I won't say that they were noticeably more efficient than my traditional weapon squads, though. They fight living rock with their picks, you mean? So that is extremely full. We're just going to wait till this empties out. Just make sure all coins are unforbidden. The Goblin Overlord has shared a rumor from abroad. Do tell. I'm going to schedule another interview with you, and then I'm going to convict Glass Half Empty of all of their crimes. For tantruming. And beating up somebody. I'm also going to check this, because I'm trying to interrogate my Goblin Overlord. I have a Goblin Overlord who's a permanent resident here, or a long-term resident here. And I keep on trying to interrogate him, and I haven't successfully done it yet. One of these days, guys. One of these days. So trying to get all this stuff removed. Now we can start moving all this stuff. So a bunch of dwarves are going to just pile over here and load all of this stuff up. So I can add the collect webs jobs back. Can unforbid making soap. Add the slabs jobs back. Everything else is back. The dwarves are finally fully back to work now. And I'm going to sit here and wait until this hits 40%. When this number hits 40, I will then unforbid the other minecart. This shouldn't take too long once the other dwarves get here. I mean, only smooth and then engrave if it's like, you know, a stone layer, but. I don't know, chat. Out of curiosity, what is the most luck you've had with a non-conventional dwarven weapon? I mean, my adventurer the other day threw an arm at a creature and it bruised it. Threw my arm even at a, what was it, a grizzly bear? Giant grizzly bear? Threw my decapitated arm at a giant grizzly bear, and it bruised it. So I wouldn't say that that was great success, but hey, I threw my arm at it, and it bruised it. I feel like I should download that VOD and highlight that chunk of me getting ambushed by a bear, losing an arm, killing the bear, and then getting ambushed by another bear. It was so unlucky. It was so funny. A mom using her baby as a weapon. I haven't seen them do that in so long. I know they use them as shields because they're technically like an invincibility shield, basically. Okay, 45%. There we go. Let's forbid this one and unforbid this one. And this should just start filling pretty quick. Minecart antics mostly. Yeah, makes sense. I've been seeing Deep Space using cart grinders, which are also pretty fun. Minecart antic. Although I think Deep Space does it just to, like, watch his own dwarves go through it. You gotta Crundle throw a minecart full of body parts. Like, as in killed the legendary axe dwarf? So when you say axe dwarf, you mean like combat dwarf, not like a woodcutter, right? Damn, that's brutal. I once had a ghost throw a toppled table at a dwarf, and it spilled their guts. They bled out and died, like, immediately. That was pretty memorable. Human Kess has shared a few rumors. Man. Look at this chat. Met with subject, attempted to build rapport in order to elicit information. Subject had no respect for interrogator and refused despite being inclined to converse, valuing harmony. Despite being inclined to converse, still denied it. Legendary combat axe dwarves. Damn. That's nuts. Launching a horse across several forest embark tiles while mounted. I mean, there's something about just, like, launching things with drawbridges that never gets old. Or just, like, dropping things into a really big hole, you know? So, chat room, some of you might remember yesterday I talked about some negative comments that I got on the interview that I did with Putnam, right? So, to put it simply, I got this comment on Reddit. Let me just read this. So I got a negative comment that was basically like, man, you sound salty and you sound like you're just interrogating her and you don't give her a chance to answer questions. Basically like calling me a bad interviewer, right? And then I read this one. This is on Reddit. I find it funny when Blind says he doesn't work well with others. The amount of tact and empathy shown in these interviews is really impressive, far beyond what I could do. Personally, great chat. Really looking forward to the new goodies as they come down the pipe. Always been a huge fanboy. And it's like, I'm getting mixed messages. Did I close my window? Yes, I did. I closed my window, not because it was getting too cold in here, really, but because there was children playing outside and I didn't want to hear, "Meh! Snow! Meh!" constantly coming from children. So, to avoid the sounds of childs, I have removed the problem. All right, well, the cannons will fill up pretty quickly. But not other animals. I don't know. Good question. I don't actually have an answer for you on that. It's salty tact while interrogating empathetically. Isn't it like interviewing kind of an interrogation in a way? Like just in general? I don't know. It's funny getting like internet feedback from people because it's always so mixed. You were away for a while. How is your dwarf doing? Let's see if your dwarf is still alive. Yes, your dwarf is in fact still alive. You are a elite Marks dwarf. You killed a goblin and 2 dwarves. Evil dwarves. You're focused, but you would like to be with family. You don't have any family, though, so that's unfortunately not an option. Union Shields is a really good last name, by the way. You find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, after wearing old clothing in 132. Always tense and jittery after a turnaround after suffering a major injury in 128. And can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary after experiencing trauma in 132. It's been around for a while. Pierre is also going into a strange mood. Possessed by unknown forces. I need to get these bodies cleaned up. Uristov, let's see. I don't think so. Yeah, I haven't seen your name in a while. Yeah, you were a miner. I'm not sure what caused you to die. You may have died in one of the various cave-ins that happened on the mountain. Is this a dwarf-only settlement? I mean, we have a singular human and a singular goblin in this fort. We haven't had a ton of visitors that have wanted to join. And we've got this one goblin and this one human. But yeah, it's mostly a dwarf-only settlement. I've had a public tavern this whole time, and a public temple, but could make the library public too. It's the internet. We only live in hyperbole. You cannot be okay with... You cannot just be an okay interviewer. I mean, I've just kind of come to terms with the fact that some people just don't like me, and that's fine. If I'm being honest, some people just don't like me, and that's okay. And I don't know if it's like intentional visceral dislike or if it's me having bad days sometimes, which is true. I do. I'm human. Like it's tricky working in a job, which that's what this is, a job. It's tricky working in a job where your bad days or your good days are just a normal day. And everybody remembers your bad days because your bad days are public. Pigtail cloth. You probably need a butcher something, don't you? If I had to bet, you need me to butcher something. Leather skin, blocks, bricks, life. Got it. Bones, yes. Check. I've got a war grizzly.
17 months already? Jeez, almost second Twitch baby.
Who I'm going to assign to my mayor, just because I think that's a cool idea. Sam Texagon, thank you very much for the 17th month. Welcome back, dude. I really need to increase the productivity of my of my stupid steel industry, which is not working at the speed I would like to. It is working now, though. It wasn't working at all earlier, which is, I guess that's good. Your king has a war grizzly? Damn right. Hey, Giant Blue Lizard. You've been promoted to Captain of the Guard because the previous Captain of the Guard fell off the bridge and then died. You'd rather just... Wow, you know that Reddit's gone bad when somebody says that they would rather hang out with a Facebook group than be on Reddit. Whew. This says a lot about the state of the internet right now. The best thing I ever did was delete my Facebook account, and I stand by that. But thank you. I'm glad that you thought the interview was fine. I don't think it's the best interview I've done. I don't think it's a bad one. I don't think we had a huge amount to talk about. I made that interview mostly because it had been a while, and not because I was necessarily 100% sitting there going, I have a ton to talk about, and we should absolutely have an interview. The scholar Onul has become the student of Nuzzle. Oh, that's interesting. Two of my ex-military dwarves are now teaching each other. So Onul, this is a very stressed ex-military dwarf, was a master marks dwarf, is now working with Nuzzle, who is also an ex-military dwarf, also very stressed. This is how we're getting my dwarves through PTSD, is I'm putting them into the library as scholars. Same with Nodokasa. Still alive, is happier than they were. So that's good. 3 giant vultures, hell yeah. No, everybody has like a lot of people have Facebooks and they only use it for like one thing. For me, Facebook was a toxic nightmare that was actively hurting my life. So I'm very glad I got rid of it. But you know, as different social media platforms affect people differently, and people use different social media platforms for different things. And like recently with social media, I would say that the best thing I did was uninstalling Twitter from my phone. Great thing. Very happy I did that. Okay, we're gonna jump back over here. We're gonna call this gun 4 and gun 5. And I'm gonna link this. Here. Pull it after that's hooked up. And you can be gun 5. I don't think I'll ever not be depressed. It's always varying levels of coping with it. But I've been better at it recently. Would they like pets to help with stress? I don't really like managing pets, but like they'd have to claim them. You got dumped via Facebook relationship status once? I didn't get, I got dumped, but I didn't get dumped through Facebook relationship status specifically. It's like it's worse than getting dumped over text. I fortunately got dumped in person, which was still pretty horrible, but you know, c'est la vie. Life goes on. Had a GF stalk you on Facebook and she'd be like, "You're on your Facebook. Why haven't you texted me?" Oh, that's awful. The only way clingy people like that can survive is if they are dating an equally clingy person. But then it's just mutual abuse, which is its own string of problems. Ah. So this is a vile force of darkness, but it's not... They're not seeking parley. The item is a rendition of the Lances of Seduction, an exceptionally designed image of lesser yam plants. It's the Wraith of Machines. Okay, so I haven't opened this area up yet. That's good. That's a positive for us. My squads are all still training. Okay. Top side still open. I can go down here. I think we're just gonna let them in and fight them. I think we're just gonna do that. Do this the easy or the boring way, I suppose. We'll lock these, and I will forbid all of this. Just so that dwarves don't try. No, I don't even want them to try. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a really small siege. Yeah, very small. Very, very, very small. We will just fight them with my Marks dwarves, I think. We're also in an ad break, so I won't unpause the game until the ad break is done. That doesn't surprise me, Blundermoth. I mean, in the early eras of Discord and Zoom, they were all still on Skype. So, like, I used to remember seeing, like, Skype call IDs getting shared publicly, saying, "Come to our Bible study." So, you know, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, the majority of the user base is, what, like, 40-something-year-old parents? And... that is the market for evangelical Christian bloggers and podcasters. Ironically, the last time I was running a podcast and actually looking for ads to, like, sponsors for said podcast, it basically came down to the fact that if you want to make a fuckload of money podcasting, B, market yourself directly at Christian moms. 90% of the advertising money goes into that. Okay, so doors are running in. We're just going to line up my Marks Dwarves. 2 in this tower. 1 in this tower. Pause the game. Go down here briefly. Make sure all these are claimed. And then if they make it through, we'll station these squads right here. AOL does in fact still exist, yeah. I for a while I knew somebody who worked for them who was like a regular in my stream. Because every now and again, you know, the question of like, oh, what do you do for a living goes around a Twitch channel, right? And there was this one guy who's like, I work for AOL. I'm one of their 6 employees for my region or whatever. Just maintenancing and maintaining dial-up connections for people. I know that like Instant Messenger no longer exists, but when am I running my Christian-themed fortress for the soccer mom revenue? When I'm truly desperate. And I'm fortunately far from desperate. It's still January, so revenue is terrible. Just when I say revenue is terrible, to give you an idea, a video that I upload on average went from making about $15 to $25 back in December for like 5,000 to 6,000 views, and is now down to 7. And I was getting like between $35 to $60 a day in Twitch ads, and now I'm getting about 8. Or per stream, I guess. So, you know, we're in January now. Also, like, in January, every other form of revenue goes down because everybody's broke from the holidays, so. AIM isn't still out there? No. No, AIM is dead. How am I doing, Dragonman? I'm doing all right. And yourself, dude? It's good to see you. Hope you've been all right. Hope things have been okay in your neck of the woods, in your part of the world. It's okay, though, because even though we're talking about all of these services and softwares that no longer really exist, you know what does still exist? I'm just going to send my Marks Dwarves back to training. We're just going to kill these guys in melee because there's so few of them. You know what does still exist? Winamp. You can still use Winamp if you want. Thanks for the pennies, Dragon Man. Appreciate you, dude. Second bits of the stream. We're now up to 11 bits on today's stream. Yeah, you can still have AOL emails. I mean, I still have a Yahoo email. It's about as obsolete. Hotkey not working. Oh, I see why. Thanks for the 12 pennies, Kosin. Bolts are flying. Soldiers running forwards. First one to crash into melee is Shaku, which is typical at this point. 25 kills and 9 notable other kills, including the Coastal Glade, the Forest Titan. It's terrified while in conflict, but that doesn't matter. 4, this dwarf stabs the goblin pikeman in the upper body with her sword, fracturing the bone through the chain leggings. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a motor nerve has been severed. These goblins are going to fall immediately, and the siege is over. All right. Easy peasy. Let's pull this lever. Unlock this door. And now I'm going to do 2 more things. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to pull this lever. We're going to open up this door. And then I'm going to remove the burrow. The first time in like months. I jump down to body parts, dump everything that's been unforbidden. Same with corpses. Get rid of that siege in a minute. Let's also claim all of this. And start claiming all of this stuff again. And also everything that's in the pit. Because I would really like to get to digging out this pit again. You still use Winamp? Hell yeah. Pal World? I saw some people streaming that the other day. That game looks so strange. Like, it looks like an asset flip to me. Like, it really just kind of looks like somebody just bought a bunch of assets and we're just like, all right, let's make a really dumb-looking video game. I don't know. It kind of looks funny. I don't know. Hopefully it's good. I hope people like it. It's going to be a pretty hard pass from me, though. Feeling the dwarves are just going to come straight out. Yep, there they go. A strange mood. Still going. You didn't get bones. Did I not slaughter something? Slaughter 2 beak dogs. I may have actually just gotten distracted, and instead of, like, slaughtering beak dogs, I assigned that grizzly bear as a pet. I need to check Pal World, because I'm wondering if that studio is the same developer as that other game. There you go, Dwarf. Sweet. Oh, it is the Craftopia people. Got it. I don't know. That's the reason I'm like iffy on Pal World, is because like it's weird because like maybe it's just like a double standards thing. I'm okay with early access games. I'm iffy about studios that release an early access game and then release another early access game. There's something about that I'm iffy about. It kind of feels like it just gives me like bad vibes, for lack of a better term. 213 people on Twitch and 50 on YouTube, JJ. Yes, that is true. And only 27 likes on the YouTube stream. We can do better than that. Although I'm going to do a thing real quick and just remind everybody that if you are unaware over here in the good realms of the internet, your boy, aka this streamer here, has a store where people can purchase merchandise if you want. And we have mugs, we have stickers, we have t-shirts, we have more mugs and more stickers and more t-shirts, and more mugs and more stickers and more t-shirts. If that's something that you'd be interested in, and it's like a gift capacity or a for yourself capacity, or maybe you have a need for maybe for some reason you are drinking coffee right now and you're getting really tired of holding your coffee in your hands and it's burning your hands, frankly, and you're like, well, it's kind of hard to type while holding up 8 ounces of liquid coffee. You could possibly purchase one of my mugs and solve that issue and instead be able to hold your coffee in a mug instead of in your hands. Anyway, no socks? No socks, nah. You could be my first sale this week. 15 ounces is real nice. Yeah, I have a 15-ounce one from Jess. When you collect all the boulders somewhere, the game would be looking so much better. It's just noise on the screen. Can I? Mate, there's like 40,000 of them. I am actively working on, collecting them. We are working on it. We'll get there eventually. Do I care about doing it right now? No, not really. Although, kind of what I'm thinking about doing, and something that I'm about to do actually, is I'm going to build floor around the outside of it, just to kill some of these diorite boulders, but also, you know. Well, I mean, I could sell socks. I just haven't. I actually did sell socks for a while, and literally nobody bought them on a different merch store back in the day. But yeah, no, I got 15,000 diorite, mate. I mean, I could make it invisible, but I don't care to do that. I don't mind the boulders everywhere. For some reason, some people get irritated by boulders everywhere. It's like, it's just a sign of a fortress under construction. And it slowly goes away over time. Like, is what it is. You can confirm that drinking coffee is no longer a painful experience. I'm very happy that you can make this confirmation for me. Can you build a floor over all of the dirt? The contrast is really jarring. Kappa. Kappa yourself, chief. I do actually want to do this, though. What I also kind of want to do is, like, build drawbridges that I can raise with one lever, because then if I do that, then I could pull a lever and lock down the trench around the outside of the fort, which would be pretty good. Big question for you. Would iron coins work for ammo in the Dwarven cannon? Literally anything would work as ammo in the Dwarven cannon. So, sure. So would copper, or bronze, or bismuth, or lead, or, you know, anything. Gold rings would probably work. I was just using, I mean, I wouldn't use seeds, personally, because they'd end up in bags. That would be pretty I mean, sure, it would work. Would it be effective? Not in the slightest, I guess is actually the answer to that question. It's like, you could use bones. Again, would it be effective? Not in the slightest. At that point, you're better off just shooting the minecart at the enemies. The reason I wouldn't do things like the bodies of your enemies is what that's actually going to end up causing is massive, and I do mean massive amounts of stress for your dwarves, because they'd constantly be picking up and dropping the same bodies. I would do something like that if I had a very large zombie population or something. Honestly, minecarts full of corpses is probably the most, like, realistic medieval thing. Because, like, they absolutely would, like, put severed heads and stuff into catapults and fire them back. You know, like when your city's under siege and then you'd send your diplomat out to try and negotiate, and then their response is to just put his head in a catapult and shoot it back at you. You know, that absolutely happened. Oh yeah, you could. I don't know how many minecarts you could put in a minecart, but yeah, you could absolutely shoot minecarts out of minecarts. Yeah, for me, that's the thing that I try to manage more than the boulders. I don't care so much about the boulders. I do care about clothing on the floor, though. Build a minecart with rocks. I mean, that's only 5 rocks. Rocks are not very effective. I can tell you that for a fact. Do you have a time frame for adventure mode? April. And I'm kind of expecting that the next thing we'll see is probably the combat UI, if I had to bet. But yes, April. Good luck consistently covering things in deadly dust without also covering your dwarves in deadly dust and killing your dwarves faster than other things. If you want to, like, utilize things like deadly dust, Laya, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't, first off. But second, what you want to do is you kind of want to do what you would do with, say, like a web spitting Forgotten Beast for a web farm or a silk farm, is just put it behind a wall so that it can see through but not actively access stuff. Also, in the Twitch chat, Devildon is gifting out 1 Dinner Dwarves mug. So if you would like to win a mug, you can do that via the chat right now. Just type an exclamation point enter for a chance to win this mug, which, here it is. This does not work in the YouTube chat. This is a Twitch chat only thing. You have 90 seconds, chat. Doesn't matter if it's caps or not. It's even got, it's a parody of The Last Supper, you know? And there's like a siege behind them. Such a good job Cooler did on this. I have to get some new emotes from Cooler soon once he's done with his holiday season. It's always busy this time of year, so I don't ask for him to do as much stuff. We do have to get some new emotes in the works. What's up, Carl Firefox? Hopefully this will pretty things up a little bit for you guys. Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't. There's, like, no situation where I would willingly use Deadly Dust to try and fight the enemy, because I feel like that's one of those things that would just end up doing more damage to your own dwarves than the enemy. Shadow Absorber, congratulations. You have won the mug. Simply click on that link that was popped into the chat and redeem your mug. Or if you missed the link, then type an exclamation point, redeem. Pierre the Clother has created Inethozokol Phazis Zathis, a pigtail dress, and offers it to the Pointy Rock of Artifacts. This is a pigtail dress. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with beak dog bone and encircled with bands of pigtail and square-cut brown zircons, and cushioned diorite cabochons. It is made from pigtail cloth, and this object menaces with spikes of fungi wood. On the item is an image of Fath Master Chamber, the dwarf in tower cap. On the item is an image of a pearl mullet plant in giant mole leather. On the item is an image of rose-cut gems in diorite. I am receiving a phone call.
Over here, he has a sword.
I know that, like, people are like, don't answer the phone, you weird. It was literally one of my doctors. So I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, chat. I have a question. Are you guys okay with a 15-minute break at, like, 3:30 tomorrow? Because my doctor's office is closed due to weather because, I should go look outside again. Because there is I don't know, I think we've gotten, like, 2 feet of snow since, like, midnight last night, and it's still snowing. And it's supposed to keep snowing until, like, midday tomorrow. So instead of me ending at 3:30 tomorrow, you guys are going to get a more normal length stream, but I will take a break in the middle. I'm going to go snap a photo of the snow in just a second. Your 15-minute appointment includes an hour of waiting. My 15-minute appointment with my doctor usually is just like a Q&A session and a check-in. Pretty easy, but that's outside right now. So, yeah. Yeah, it's a little snow. It's a little white out there. A little bit white. It's a little snowy. So, yeah, I don't blame him. All right, how you doing, Diamond? Looks wet. I mean, only if you roll in it. All right, so I've got an artifact that needs placing. Let's go to the top. Still need to do something cool at the top of the fort, but Um. Looks privileged? Oh, wait, what? How does snow look privileged? I'm confused. Now you get to wait for it to get to Sweden. It's not gonna take too long, Shadow, because it's not like it's made in California or anything crazy. Like they have production facilities globally. It's like they have 6 different production facilities or something. Oh, somebody must be moving it. Nope. Why? How'd I find it then? When was the last time you tried your fingers? You just tried, and for a moment it took you a member to do how to do it. I snap my fingers all the time. It's like a nervous habit for me. It's like I don't really have tics, but like I have some nervous habits that I'll just like repeatedly do. My psychiatrist says it's my OCD, but it's like when I'm thinking, I'll do like this with my tongue, and when I'm like trying to remember things, I'll do this, and also like slap my chest sometimes, which I just kind of absent-mindedly do. So I snap my fingers all the goddamn time. Dress would be a pigtail dress. There it is. I have idle animations. Now you're just making me think about those stupid TikTok things where people pretend to be NPCs, and I hate it. Do I remember how to skip? Yes. But I also go hiking, and skipping is a pretty good way to not fall down a cliff when you're going faster than you initially intended. So, yes, I very much know how to skip. I don't even have a TikTok account. The only way I see TikToks are when they are reposted to other sites. It's the only time that I see TikToks. How about a stressed out military veteran mathematician? She is never the slightest bit cheerful about anything and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She is easily moved to mercy and is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better her situations. She occasionally overindulges and she tends to hang on to grievances. She can sometimes act without deliberation. She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and though she wishes this were not the case, as she considers altruism foolish. She has a greedy streak, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She doesn't feel envious of others, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She has a calm demeanor, and she does not often feel lustful. She can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She prefers to present herself modestly, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting and masterwork someday, and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly, believes that peace is always preferable to war, and finds the ideas of independence and freedom somewhat foolish and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. These are all gold tables, yeah. Gold tables. Kiddo, stop living up to the stereotypes, please. Yeah, this fort does kind of have a ton of gold. Gun 3 is 20% full, gun 2 is 30% full, and shot number 1 is 45% full. I guess I could just unforbid this one, as there's suddenly more that they could go in. Yeah, I mean, if you use a gold table enough, eventually it'll have a built-in cup holder. I don't see the problem with this. Squishy metal table seems fine to me. Not good table for dancing. Valid. That I could see. Okay, well, we really need to get these goblins dealt with. You like a soft floor for dancing? Storing owned items. Anybody dumping items? Nope, nobody is currently dumping items. Well, suppose there's that. We need to get those goblins dealt with, though. Have I done cave embarks on my YouTube? When you say cave embarks, you mean embarking on a cave? I don't believe I have. Not that's archived, anyway. Certainly not in this version. I want to say I settled on a camp once accidentally. It's not something I go out of my way to do, I guess. If anybody's chained up, not currently. These cave embarks are something I don't like to go into the world or into the world gen and then make it so that like caves are exposed. It's very cheaty to me. But that's something I like to do in adventure mode, so that's something I'll probably do a lot more once adventure mode is out, because if you discover a location in adventure mode, then it's revealed for when you embark in fortress mode. Shit is so annoying to get started. That's part of the reason I don't do it. But the reason I would do that sort of stuff with adventure mode is like, you go in there as the adventurer and you kill everything first, right? Then you embark there, and then you retire. You embark there, get the first 7 dwarves there, retire the embark immediately, then you claim the adventurer again, and then you go to that location, retire the adventurer in that location, and then you retire the adventurer there after asking to stay, and they say yes, and then you reclaim that fortress. Then you have a cool adventurer and a cool embark spot. But by which part, Diamond? Yeah, they are possible by default. You just have to find them. So, Diamond, their caves are invisible by default. But if you go into Advanced World Gen, you can make caves visible. You can also, isn't there like a DF hack? Yeah, reveal hidden sites also reveals them after the fact. But I don't like using it. I don't know. To me, it's cheating. It's a bit cheaty to me. So caves are, by default, Diamond, caves are surface areas, and it's where kobolds live. It's where giants live, dragons, hydras, those sorts of things live in caves. You haven't bothered with adventure seriously to aid your fortress in 47. You should probably do that. I feel like most of you are probably in ads now because we're in an ad break. This is a ramble that I've done a million times. But Dwarf Fortress is a game that I think most people are playing not even remotely close to its full potential. Because, and the reason for that is Dwarf Fortress is a game that is best played if you interact with all 3 modes, right? And in the past, Dwarf Fortress was always a very obtuse, difficult game that a lot of people never played. And by that, I mean a lot of people read about it, a lot of people tried it, but not a large portion of the people who tried older versions of Dwarf Fortress stuck, right? It was a very small niche crowd. If I had to guess, in my brain, I would probably say that older versions of Dwarf Fortress had probably a concurrent player base in the low hundreds. Like, there was definitely... For drunk driving, so annoying. Somebody help out Giant Blue Lizard with those ads. Help them out. Let's get these unsubbed people subbed. Why is the path along the outside? Because it looks nice? Yeah, mostly. Also, if there's constructed areas, they clean blood. But I generally feel that a lot of people don't even come close to playing this game to the potential that it has. Because older versions of Dwarf Fortress, most people tried Fortress mode, never tried Adventure mode, bounced off Fortress mode, or alternatively, tried Fortress mode, got enough into Fortress mode that they go, well, that's cool anyways, and then they go stop, and then they go to other things. It was always a, like, smaller percentage of the original player base that played Adventure mode. Then there was some people who only played Adventure mode and never really got into Fortress mode because they maybe liked open world roguelikes, so they were used to that kind of control scheme and that kind of, like, aesthetic for a video game, but, like, weren't down with the complexity and like weird Hydra that the old UI was. So people would kind of get into one or the other. And it was very rare that people would get into both. And it was very rare that people would play both. But Dwarf Fortress is a game that is, if you want to play it to its full potential, you need all three parts. You need Legends, you need Adventure, and you need Fortress. Legends' main problem is it's just inaccessible. You need to retire. You need to have no fortresses running to go access Legends. And I really hope at some point we can get to a place where Legends becomes more accessible in Fortress mode. And I also feel that way about Adventure mode. Legends is sort of more, like, knowledge is more accessible in Legends than it is in Fortress because there's common knowledge, like knowledge that everybody in your faction knows, basically. And there's quite a lot of that stuff, so it's easier to, like, source information about your faction or, like, the area of the world that you're from while playing in Adventure mode that you just don't get in Fortress mode at all. And I think that kind of sucks in a way because Adventure mode is really it's the glue that kind of ties the whole thing together. Don't do it, Elfie. I'll lock you off. Since you can't search or filter it? Yeah, you can. What? You can search for names. I mean, the filters are lacking, but you can absolutely search for names. There's also tabs and then the what are they called? Highlighted text that you can click on. So off topic, little 4-year-old daughter says, I made a mistake. Why press the buttons thinking that there's going to give you a towel, but it gave soap? I think I have created a monster. What? I've been running into some trouble with merchants. Your dwarves run away from them, and your military automatically attacks merchants on sight. I have a question. What merchants? And click on world map, click on civilizations, find yours and hover, or find that civ and hover over it and tell me what it says. Does it say that they are exporting terror and you're offering vengeance, or does it have numbers? It's your own civ. Does it say that they're exporting terror and vengeance? It lies to your face saying that the liquid soap gives you towels. Huh. Well, okay. Let's hope when version 50... You know, it's really funny, because, like, I used to say that, like, adventure mode was a bit much for me back in the day. But now that I've gone back to it and I've really been digging into it heavier, because, like, I was always a person who bounced off adventure mode. Like, I used adventure mode, but I used it to, like, its minimum possible potential, and I played it very infrequently. You're at peace. That is very strange. Yeah, I have no idea. Especially if you're at peace, that is kind of wild, actually. I have almost no idea. I hope you figure out a solution. I don't really know what to say. Yeah, I've also had merchants get stuck too, but I've never had my dwarves just like randomly attack merchants. That is kind of bizarre. I mean, like, I've intentionally attacked merchants before, but that's me telling my dwarf, kill thing. And certainly not an unintentional thing. Yeah, that's weird. I mean, I would definitely post that on the, like, KitFox bug report Discord. Had a bug where every visiting Baron count was attacked by your dwarves. I have a question. If you make a new have you tried making a new military squad? And if you have, did they still attack? $28 pig iron currently. So what's happening right now is I'm just going through steel faster than I can make it. Going to pause all of these forge steel thing jobs. Because I do want them making steel bars, but currently, it's taking them a bit too long to haul the flux stones up. Which kind of makes sense, but I was really hoping that, like, we'd end up with flux stones up in here, but guess what I could do is I could make a stockpile. Well, there's already way too many hauling jobs, so I'm not sure how efficient this will be. I'm going to make a stockpile up here. Make it for just flux stones. So let's go chalk, dolomite, which I'm pretty sure is a flux stone, marble. Don't think we have any of that. Limestone, I think. And I will just put 2 wheelbarrows on this. Even civilians attack the nobles whenever they visited. It's like Reddit has managed to take over your fortress, Drovian. It's like literally like the Dwarf Fortress Reddit community has like successfully like completely infiltrated your fortress. My merch store, just to answer a question in the YouTube chat, ships globally. There is no region it doesn't ship to unless you are in an active war zone or North Korea, and they make the merchandise in the region that it's shipped from. So if you're in C region, it's made and shipped from C region. If you are in If you are in South America, I think in that situation it's shipped from the U.S. If you are in Europe, it is shipped from one of 2 locations in Europe. If you are in Asia, it is shipped from the C region, I think. But it depends on where you are is where it's made. That many nobles was annoying. I like managing that many nobles. But I guess I am the minority, I suppose. Like, although there was, which was it? Boulder's Gate. Very unique and original fort name. In that fortress, we were, dropping all of the nobles repeatedly into the lava. So all that really ended up happening was every single one of their, like, all of my dwarves just inherited all of the noble positions, and we eventually were, like, running the entire faction, which was kind of fun. But I don't do that often. 15 was too many. I guess so. When they die for some reason, not always. Their nearest relative inherits the position. So if their nearest relative happens to be in your fortress, or their most popular nearest relative, I think is like the actual numbers. But like, if they just happen to be in your fortress, then yeah. How do you invest? Well, they are done now. So you're doing it correctly, but you have to wait until they're open. So when they close, it's a hour-long wait. Roughly, it's like 50 minutes, I think. So you're already doing it correctly. You just have to wait until it's done. Shadowstorm 2 has been found dead. Excuse me? Did you just fall into my moat? I think you did. I don't know how that happened, but huh. I have no idea how that happened. Rest in peace, I suppose. Shit, I'm sorry. Channing-related disaster, indeed, yes. Handling-related disaster. Yes. So it's practically in Freedom Buck. You know, it's funny. I'm too lazy to turn on my VPN to swap the currencies out on there. And Manticore Alpha is also injured. What happened to you? Left hand takes the full force of the impact, and that part splits into gore. That's way too close to reality. Knollman is coming to recover wounded. Come on, Knollman. Arcmaster was found dead as well. What the hell? Manticore Alpha was also found dead. Jeez, dude. Also Naladrom as well. I have no idea how this is happening, by the way. Like, genuinely, zero clue how this happened. Yeah, no kidding. No, I'm not dropping rocks. Like, they are... Yeah, there we go. Now, we found Naldrum dead. Yeah, we are not dropping rocks. I have no idea how they are dying. Like, genuinely, I have no clue. Nope, they die of old age on the 1st of spring, and they all have combat logs. So they are falling somehow in my miners area. Like, this one just got seriously injured. Like, what? Like, Ilana got seriously injured. Moderate pain. Like, I do not know. It must be like Ryo Shinkat's been found dead. What the fuck? Like they are falling somehow? Is it snow that they're slipping on? Elfie is fighting? Yeah, okay, we need to cancel this whole thing. Like I can't do this. Yeah, no, So what's happening is like they're falling somehow. Is this burrow related? There is no burrows on, so no. No, they are literally walking down into here and somehow dying. I am baffled. Anvil, thank you very much for the 13 months. Tripping over boulders? Yeah, but like, so I've been digging this down for literally years.
Good morning,
And I've
all.
never had this happen. A baby's fighting. Yeah, Joker of Spades is dead. That's nuts. The only thing you've added is tile floor. Yeah. I'm going to watch a dwarf walk down in here and see what happens. You're going up. You are going down. Okay, you are going to go construct a building. Like, so many dwarves are walking down here just fine. What? No, I mean, like, so if a dwarf is standing in a tile as it's getting channeled, the channel job cancels. So that shouldn't be what's happening. I mean, maybe that's what's happening, but that shouldn't be what's happening. Boulders do not roll down hills, no. They will fall directly down and land on the layer that they're on. Ramps are not considered a thing that slides. But no, like we've lost like an, okay, no, I have to cancel this. What the fuck? I am bewildered. That is bizarre. I mean, normally I would just like push them through the meat grinder and just make them do it, but ice hockey player's dead? In the same spot?
Good afternoon, all.
Horrible. Dwarves are dying left and right. I mean, great. We're doing fine. How you doing, Faulted Thrower? Thank you very much for the 46th month. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I don't know. That is bonkers. I am very confused. I guess I have to do this one tiny portion at a time.
Where is the train?
There is the train. You have to be very careful when channeling your fort? Really? It was like, literally, this is the first time this has happened. I guess we'll have to do it one small chunk at a time. But like, wow, that's crazy. Well, I mean, that's the best way to make a moat. If you actually want your moat to be efficient and useful. Liquid moats are more dangerous to your own dwarves than not, but yeah, I don't know. That is crazy. I've literally never had that happen before. The more you know. Cold-blooded, thanks for the $2. Knollman got injured. Like just now, I think. Lazy man dead?
Train?
It's gotta be the block floor at the top, right? It's gotta be. Because dwarves are still dying. Unemployed Shaku, thanks for the $2. Because there is, in fact, a hype train. This is the first hype train of the week. Believe it or not. I don't think we had one on Monday. My friend Kevin says he's going to build a snow fort. So, at least somebody's making good use of his day off. Did a bunch of miners die when digging a ditch when we removed a tree? I mean, the tree would do it, but I'm not doing anything like that. I need to look through the history, but I don't think... this might be... It's either the first train of the week or at the very least the first train of the last 2 days. We didn't have one any yesterday. All right, well, we'll see if the deaths continue. I will repeat what I said earlier. Rocks cannot slide down slopes. They do not slide down slopes, and I've looked at the combat logs. Nobody's getting hit with rocks. They are literally just falling. Like, I don't know how to be more clear than that. There is nothing falling on them. The dwarves are falling. I did stream yesterday. What are you talking about? The heck? Why are you gaslighting me here? No, they're slipping, falling, and dying during the fall. They are not jumping, because it would say in the combat log that they were in midair, and they did not say that anywhere. Like, let's follow this dwarf. Yeah, that's wild. I don't know. Devil Dawn has gifted a sub to Giant Blue Lizard. Enjoy the realms of ad-free viewing. Thank you, Devil Dawn. It was a boulder that killed them? Aren't all falling objects not supposed to punch through floors or walls under them? No, they are not. I mean, it wasn't a boulder. I really wish that there was, like, some semblance of order to this UI. Or somebody. Elfie, this one. Right hand takes the full force of the impact, splits into gore. Artery has been opened. Upper body takes the full force of the impact. Like, there's no boulders. They're falling. This is what you get when something hits a floor. Otherwise, it would say the boulder or the rock collides with. There's no boulder. Oh, you're talking about something else, not my fortress. No, so nothing can be falling through the floors because the only way stuff could fall through the floors is if there is a floor above it, right, for it to fall through. And there are some instances where stuff can clip through floors, but that isn't happening here. That isn't happening here. Well, anyway, we got other problems. A vile force of darkness arrived and then immediately left, which means there's snatchers on the map. Chat room, thank you very much for the mini train. Couple subs, couple bits. Appreciate you guys. Definitely a January train. I'm not even going to turn the, like, burrow on. I'm just going to tell the dwarves to go kill them. Snatchers. See, like, these guys are like, the military just ran down and ran back up. I don't know. I am so confused. There we go. Finally collided with one. Goblin is dead. That should be it. Artifact thong on the ground. But they're not. The rock would be listed in the combat log if they got hit with a rock. I know what I'm talking about. See if you can manipulate the snatchers into falling. I give up. It's a mystery. Well, they're falling down the hill somehow, so I have to be careful about the amounts of this that I do. I give up trying to explain how things happen to you guys, because you guys just keep asking if the same thing is happening. I guarantee you I can't do that sneaky snaky. Telling Artho used to be rich. So, yay. Congrats. Yeah, I don't know. I'm done trying to explain how things or what was happening to you guys, because like I said, you guys are just continuously asking the same question, so I'll just be stuck here all day. Bunch of dwarfs died. It was very unfortunate. It's happening again. Yeah, like there's nothing that this dwarf collided with. Nothing hit this dwarf. Dwarf just took damage out of nowhere by falling down the hill. No boulder. It's not even related to me digging. It's not ghosts, otherwise there would be a notification that a ghost battered them. There's also no ghosts on the map, to my knowledge. Safety wall? I have a question. When the whole point of the moat is to make the moat deeper, and then blocking the dwarves from being able to walk in there, wouldn't that be kind of redundant? We'll call this event the Great Slippening. Captain Amazing is onto something. The joy of it, eh? I don't think that's why dwarves... I don't think dwarves hurt themselves for that reason, but okay. As a ghost rises. Literally about to memorialize them. There they go. Name's appropriate for today's weather? I suppose. I don't know. It's like, part of me... So many fucking people calling me now. My bank is calling me.
You fucking donkey! Flubberdubberdoggadoggies. Cheese for everyone!
Actually was legitimately my bank and actually something I need to do, so... It's the time of year where literally every fucking human being on Earth has to phone me. I hate answering the phone. But they'll call me back Friday, which is a better time for me. Right now is not the best time. Although ad break happened at that exact moment, so not bad. Not that bad. Am I interested in selling my home? No. But if I did own a home on 123 Main Street, I will absolutely sell it to you and take your money for it. Definitely. Wink. Is dodging something unrelated to you? I mean, there's no real animals on this map, right? Like, I'd blame the troglodytes, but they're all in the caverns, so it's not the troglodytes. There are ravens, but if they were dodging the ravens, it would state that they were dodging something, right? There's nothing in the combat logs about them dodging something. That is why I am just confused as to what's going on, and I guarantee you every single one of your guys' suggestions are wrong. Because my assumption as to what is happening is dwarves are falling down the hill. Period. That's what's happening. They are falling down the hill. Why? I don't know. Maybe they're slipping on the blood at the top of the hill. But this started happening when I built this. So I'm going to deconstruct this little walkway because I'm blaming it currently. My attempt to make things look pretty has been ruined. They're drunk and tumbling down. Maybe. I'm kind of inclined to blame the blood, but like, I doubt it. It's extremely unlikely that that's what's going on. I don't think they're enjoying anything about it. Sneaky. Inclined. I see what you did there. But yeah, dwarves are always drunk, yeah. So let's see if me channeling this out all the way along here is going to cause this to happen again. Or if I've fixed it yet, air quotes. I'm glad you guys think this is hysterical because I think it's the opposite of hysterical. Maybe disallow dwarves to walk there. How else do you expect my dwarves to get into the moat then, in that case? If I just, you know, don't let them walk into the moat. What's your, there it goes again. Yeah, I give up. This project's dead, chat. I can no longer dig in my moat. At least the way we're currently doing it. Maybe a sign burrow. What the fuck are burrows going to do? I still need the dwarves to walk down here and walk out of it. God damn it. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. What the fuck are burrows supposed to do? Like, obviously, it would stop them entirely from walking down in here. Like, it's... I mean, I guess, like, I could put everybody in the burrow except for the miners and then only have the miners down in here, but then, like, the miners still have to walk up and down. And we've had many miners die already, so that's not really going to fix the problem. If I want them to just stop going down in here, I can just make them stop going down here by stop putting jobs down here. So... there's another death. There goes Cuddle Booper. So yeah, I can't do this project. It's whatever I've done, I've ruined it. You always use access stairs and remove the ramps. I guess that's what we have to do. Like, it's interesting. But then it's not completing the project, right? The project is to go down to the caverns, right? Basically what I'm saying is please stop suggesting shit because I'm pretty sure none of your suggestions are actually going to fix the problem of dwarves are just falling down the side. The only thing that could possibly fix this problem would be access stairs, which I really don't want to do, but I don't really see another option. Are they in the exact same spot? No. If they were in the exact same spot, I would have figured out the problem by now. Can I dig up from below? I'd rather not, because then we'd have to deal with everything in the caverns. Nope, that's not how the game works. Basically, if you enjoy seeing me frustrated and annoyed like I am right now, keep suggesting solutions. Or I could just stop reading chat, which I don't think anybody would like. I'm just going to ask you guys nicely. Please stop making suggestions, because we just have to remove the ramps. It's not a dumb I literally, that's what I'm going to do, Troop and Panda. It's not what I want to do, but it's what I'm going to do. Okay? It's entertaining to see me rage. Cool. That sucks. For me, anyway. Blundermoth is making an artifact out of pig iron bars, alpaca wool cloth, diorite blocks, and 2 uncut gems. It's an interesting one. Plenty. I don't have a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, I guess. 20, 21, 22, 23. 23 artifact weapons. If they are falling down... Okay, so I will just say this one more time. Okay, chat? If they are falling down the ramps for no real discernible reason, absolutely none of your suggestions will work. Aside from removing the ramps and building stairs. That is the only thing that will work. That's it. Could closing and reopening the game be a solution? No. That is one of the silliest like statements I've seen so far. Well, we're already working on removing the top ramps. If more dwarves die, they die. We're also building stairs. And I will prioritize them using the stairs once the stairs are done. No, they're not, actually, Zakos, because I haven't gotten migrants in multiple years, because I haven't been able to trade with my home faction in about 7 years due to me getting sieged every single fall. So they're not actually a renewable resource at all, currently. They're the opposite of a renewable resource. Armok doesn't exist in Dwarf Fortress. Armok is the player, so I am Armok in this instance. Blunder Moth, the weapon smith, has created Bougaingilis Bath Naral, a pig iron mace, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Lol yourself. God damn it. This is a pig iron mace. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with oval amethyst and oval cut amethysts and octagon cut jelly opals. This object menaces with spikes of pig iron and alpaca wool, and the dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the completion of the Bridge of Esteeming as part of the Diamond Path connecting Portal Squids and Steel Chants by the Swift Stockade of Sly Theater in 73. Huh. I don't believe I've ever seen an artifact with a bit of history like that before. I don't think he's ever tried, to be honest with you. Whenever you ask Zach and Tarn about the Dwarven language, their response is always, we didn't really think about it very much, just kind of winged it and made it, so. If too many dwarves die, they will refuse to show up, yes, because the place is too dangerous. But if you're not trading with the home faction, you stop getting migrants. And I haven't traded since fall of, like, it was 133, I think was the last time we traded. Because every single other time I've had a siege arrive as fall arrives. So I haven't had migrants in a while. Big iron mace. Big iron mace. How does that affect migrations? You still get trade caravans, and you still get migrants. You just get bigger migrants, or bigger trade caravans, rather. But it's the same deal. If you don't get to trade with your home faction for a couple of years, you stop getting migrants after like a year and a half, 2 years. I mean, it sucks for me, too, because I've got all of this clothing. I've been able to trade with the humans relatively consistently. So I have still been able to get rid of trash, but like... yeah, it's been a long time. Like, I'm starting to consider, like, forced trading with other things, with other groups as well. What was I doing? Right. This one. All right. But yeah, traffic to this fortress has been pretty low anyway. Haven't gotten a ton of it. We're working on it. We are actually working on it. I mean, the last siege from that particular faction was like 8 goblins. And they were sending sieges of like in the dozens previously. So their sieges have gotten a lot smaller. Yeah, I don't know. The part of the reason why I'm bummed out about me having to do this is my whole idea for this moat is that creatures from the caverns could just walk out. And I wanted to use it as a front door eventually. But I guess I'll have to make some sort of addition to it, like maybe have like a bigger trench or something going from the side in. Because obviously this ain't gonna work. Which is kind of a bummer, to put it bluntly. Yeah, that's what we'll have to do, Droven. But it's still not going to have the effect that I wanted. But, oh well. That and, like, you know, multi-staged floors don't look as cool as ramps. Ramps have a much nicer kind of effect to them. A bat demon? Oh, you mean like when attacking? Or is it attacking you? Golden ramps kind of look ugly as hell. For whatever that's worth. I don't know. I've been kind of like annoyed with this particular portion of the project for a while because I've just kind of wanted to get it done for a bit. You sent 40 to... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, some demons off map can be pretty overpowered. Like, to put it mildly. They can be quite overpowered. There was a skunk demon in a older fort that had a legendary, like, I think it was a steel spear. And it had, like, 18,000 kills or something. It was kind of wild. Looking at Legends Viewer and just in Legends, it lived in a fort. So not even a fortress, just a fort. So it kind of lived in the open, basically. And annually, this place would get attacked by, like, thousands of armies. Thousands. Like something like 80% of the body count for the entire world was that one location. And it was a large world with a pretty old history. Were the kills from smell alone? Ironically, it shot webs, if I recall correctly. Or had, like, deadly blood or something. Like, it wasn't, like, be where it's, like, noxious secretions or anything. And this is going to happen. We're going to get dwarves stuck pretty frequently. The other reason I really didn't want to do it this way. I guess I'll have to leave, like, a single ramp on each one, basically. Just so that I don't get dwarves stuck. But I'll just make it super inconvenient so they don't do it very often. Let's leave that one. Yeah, I'd give up on it for now and just wipe the rest of the faction. Basically, I'd go for that last, is what I would say. You swear that you only play adventure mode to make a peasant who is good at biting and bite everything in sight. I mean, I threw a animal, I can't remember what it might have been a chicken or something, by the tongue. Grabbing it by the tongue and throwing it. Or like, you know, I bit a giant grizzly bear in the tail and shook it around. Good time. Have you slipped and fallen to your death? No. But we are removing the ramps. Fortunately, you stepped away at a good time. You missed a lot of salt, I would say. The next one on the other side. No, that's not the tool I wanted. That's the tool I wanted. Oh, trust me, there's lots of salt where that rock came from. So yeah, I'll just be leaving one ramp in place per thing so they can still walk down if they absolutely have to. Uh-oh. Somebody beat up my mare. Mayor Lanix, are you good? Seriously injured. Got kicked a whole bunch. This was a tantrum. This wasn't the this wasn't the previous issue. This is unrelated. Fortunately, we do have tons of stuff to take care of them with. Dranos has been helped. The lower arm is smashed open. Needs a dressing, needs immobilization. He'll be okay. Why are we still on this subject, Commander? If it's not clear to you, I'm done explaining it. You can consult with chat if you need more assistance. Yep, that is a thing I could do, Mosh. That's kind of something I would like to do, actually. Or rather, I'd like to build in the capability for this fort to do that. Just because I think that would be a fun endgame scenario for this fortress. Looks like someone had a lot of complaints to share with the mayor. The dwarf that tantrumed has been tantruming kind of a lot recently. They've probably reported it, actually. Yeah, it's Ulo. They're an ex-military dwarf who was getting a little bit agitated. And so I took them out. And when I took them out of the military, they started tantruming. And since they've been tantruming pretty consistently. So it's been kind of just, you know, one of those dwarves you got to deal with, right? I'm not beating you. It's fine. I'm just done talking about the subject. You love that system. Don't be a problem. Get booted to a different fort. Yeah, I do that usually if I have helixes. I'll send problem dwarves to helixes. But if they're named, I try and keep them in the fort. Because, like, I don't know. I don't really enjoy doing that. But the captain of the guard is doing the beating now. Punched him in the head, bruising the muscle. Ugh. I don't know. Don't bruise the head muscles. It seems painful. Also, I think tonight I'm going to have to watch the Twitch, what's it called? Patch notes. Especially after the layoffs. Important to keep up with what's going on. Be aware of things, because that's happening right now. 'Tis that day of the week. Anyway, I apologize for the salt, but, like, you know, everybody has their moments. That was particularly vexing. Realizing you have to do an entire project that you're currently doing differently because things are breaking is frustrating. But, you know, it happens. Not talking to you, Vaxes. Trying to build a dam fort. Not a damn fort, just a dam fort. And digging the reservoir, and oh boy, you were not lying about the performance when channeling. Yeah, it's something, isn't it? It's like it'll have your frame rate, if not more. It's kind of nuts, actually. Shouldn't all of these Dutch dwarves just causing us problems, Mosh? I got a $2 and 49-cent super chat, which apparently YouTube is saying, let's celebrate the $2 and 49-cent, or €2, I think that is, and 49, whatever the cents equivalent for euro is. It's probably just cents, isn't it? I don't actually know. But thank you very much for the super chat over there on YouTube. Twitch, so because we are, we don't need to be trained unlike the YouTube audience, I don't have a pop-up in chat, but can you post beers? YouTube chat could do that too if you want. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's go all the way around the edge of this. I don't like how this looks as much, but hey, if it keeps the dwarves from dying, I guess that's a benefit. What's up, Eberk? You know, fun fact, I've never once seen a euro in person. I've seen a lot of Japanese yen. I've never once seen a euro. Yeah, the YouTube audience has been way behind on liking the stream recently. You know, it's kind of funny. I think, I mean, I've said this plenty of times, but the YouTube audience shows up when there's new forts. And because the YouTube audience is built around, you know, recommendations more so than, you know, audience loyalty even, it's just gonna kind of trickle down till I start a new fort, basically. Let's see if I can do this safely and if dwarves show up dead again. So it's just kind of a consistent down trickle until new fort time, which is fine. I mean, American dollar has Florida. So I'm trying to figure out why that's like a relevant thing to say, but thank you for the shape of country analysis, I suppose. See if I can do this safely. I wonder what if it's literally just if they run down enough ramps in a row, they just kind of hit terminal velocity and slip. I wonder if that's literally all it is. It might literally just be that. We're in an ad break, so I will wait. We don't know what it's good for, and sometimes it tries to kill you. What, the appendix? Didn't they, I thought they recently made some, like, leaps or something in regards to the appendix. Also, am I crazy or something? Or did they recently discover a new internal organ? Or, like, an internal organ that has, like, its own category? I'm pretty sure they did, didn't they? I haven't heard that. I need to look into it again. It was like something between the skin and like the internal area that like moves nutrients through the body or something. I was reading something about that, but I was probably very, very stoned at the time. So good question. skimming just patch notes. All right. Serves as a refuge for healthy gut bacteria. Okay. Weaponsmith is fighting. There it goes again. All right. So it's not just a terminal velocity thing. Just lost somebody named Mebzith. Cool. Cool, 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 cool. All right, well. This project was fun while it lasted, I suppose. See if I still have tombs available. Yep. It's bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. But literally it was walking down this ramp because he died right there, right? Don't really want to do it that way, because then it wouldn't acquire the aesthetic that I'm looking for. Maybe if I do it one line at a time, instead of doing blocks. If I do it like this. Start on the inside and slowly work my way out. Let's try this. This will just slow down the process massively and make it much more tedious. Fun fact, this fortress only has access to dresses. There is no, like, shirts, skirts, or anything. Literally just dresses. This faction only has access to dresses. Be willing to bet most dwarves would disagree with you on that statement. Keeps things simple. This is true. Also means no robes and no togas. You invent stuff in adventure mode. No. You can't even make clothing in adventure mode. Now that's faction dependent, and you have no control over the faction in any way as the player, outside of modding the game. Obviously, they're tripping over their frills. I don't know. Kind of just numb to it at this point, if I'm being honest. $105 dwarves just died. I would recommend forbidding those bodies so that they stop walking in there. But yeah, that's like Sunbirth's levels of apocalyptic. and see if you can find the root cause. No, it's not. I don't like sharing my forts too often. I don't know what it is. It's like everybody just wants to just play my forts, but it's like there's this weird thing about like me going, I don't like sharing my forts. I can post it if you want, but I just kind of don't do it, really. I don't mind sharing them after the fact, but here, I'll save it and give you a link if you would like to fucks around with it. Just let me zip it once it's done saving. Region 18. Started in a Kalman bark once, and immediately everyone was eaten by alligators. You know, it's really funny. Calm doesn't necessarily mean it's actually calm. It just means the general surroundings are normal, which means you could like have bears or like, you know. Basically, calm just means it's like real life. And in real life, you could have cougars in your backyard. I'll toss it in. All right, it's uploading. It's 69 megabytes. Nice. I think my friend Kevin is really bored with the snow because he keeps sending me DMs. He's just like, if I had skis, I'd see if the local brewery was open. It's like, dude, I'm working. I'm not gonna respond to you while I'm working. I'm busy. Can't you see I'm doing my job? What? The Ashen Order has many worshippers and creature keepers. Was that up there before I closed the game? Don't I already have a temple to the Ashen Order? Maybe I just lost my priest or something. But I'm pretty sure that I already made one for the Ashen Order. Did I not? It's the Cult of Amethysts, Doctrine of Judging. Oh, maybe I didn't. Well, I guess I get to make another temple now. I don't use any mods. I am, however, using DF Hack, which is not a mod. It's a RAM editor. But I am not using any mods. But I will maintain and state that until I die, that DF Hack is not technically a mod. It's kind of like using Cheat Engine, essentially, but it's designed specifically for Dwarf Fortress. Welcome back, Elfie. Aw, man, for fuck's sake. I thought that... All right, you know what? Actually, hold on. I'm gonna try and save Alana. They're not a way up for you. A way down there. A way down there. So there is a way down. Where are you going, though? This is what I was worried about. Part of the reason I didn't want to do this. Because, like... No, they didn't fall. Oh, that was dehydration. Like, literally. You can go down that way. Go down that way. And from there, you can go to there. And then you can walk to the stairs down here and then back up. Why don't you do that? You'd have to drain the ocean first. They're not moving. So it's, no, they're not too far away. This dwarf's brain just like fell apart. But it's probably already too late. Not that I know of, Mosh. I don't know. You can't fully drain an ocean. It'll just keep infinitely refilling from the edges. So you just have to drain it faster than it fills. Yeah, this dwarf's dead. All right, cool. Awesome. Neat. Fantastic. Fucking so happy right now. I'm not salty at all. You're salty, chat. And if you think this is funny, don't. It's times like these that people get timed out. So. Outlaw falling. I support this motion. This seems logical. I've successfully managed to drain oceans fast enough to be able to build in them, but it is not easy and it's very time consuming. Still snowing? I haven't looked outside in an hour. Should I go look outside? Machine water is used frozen ocean though. No, I had another one. I can't remember the name of it. Where I literally used draining the ocean as a form of defense. This was version 44. This was like pre-Long Death. This was a while ago. But I had a fortress where whenever the enemy would show up, I would just basically dump all of the ocean into the caverns and drown them in the caverns. I need something to cheer me up, chat. Believe it or not, this shit's kind of aggravating. Why'd they just stop? What? It's confusing. Oh well, whatever. Thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. It's not really what I meant, but... I mean, it works. Stare at the snow for a moment. I mean, if I stare at the snow, I'm going to see my neighbor's children playing in it, and that's not going to make me happy. As somebody who doesn't like kids, snow attracts a lot of kids. Bribe him with more money? Like I said, that's not what I was referring to. It's more just I need something to go well in this fortress for a couple minutes without everything keeling over. Like a migrant wave would make me happy. The opportunity to trade would make me happy. Lots of kids get hurt in the snow? That's not good. I don't want kids to get hurt. I just want it to be easier for me to ignore kids more than anything. All right, well, you guys can watch these dwarves dig. I will be back in a sec. Go look at that snow.
Sandwich! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
Bark, 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 bark.
Tea Earl Grey, hot.
There isn't one, but there is 3 snowmen outside. There's in fact 3 snowmen that have been constructed since I last looked. Children are at it in full force. I really should just remove all of those cooldowns. I don't actually know how to do that. I need to figure out how to do that. Snow is still falling, yes. And the snowmen are constructing children at an alarming rate. Yes, we're going to have to, I don't know, work out some sort of deal with them so that they don't completely take over. Although at this point, I kind of feel that, like, children would probably be better in charge of most countries than our current leadership. So honestly, I welcome our new snowman constructed children overlords. And Glass Half Empty is panchming and fighting with Pilot Guy. Let's just let them be able to go up and down here. Currently they're stuck outside. So this is going to end up being a temple for the Ashen Order. Did Elfie die in that mess? I think Elfie died in that mess. No, Elfie's still alive, I think. Yeah, Elfie's still alive. Elfie did get injured in that mess. But Elfie did not die in that mess. So I suppose that's a good thing. Pessimist and a criminal, just like me. I've committed the crimes of, I don't know, being grumpy many a time. Yes, Elfie went splat, not dead. Way to not die. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I don't know exactly what I'm doing here. I mean, it's not going to be access to every single level, but it is going to be some access. That body's still there? Yeah, we did get that body removed. Yeah, I just need the occasional, like, series of ramps down, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of tempted to just, like... make another minecart route like these, but down at the bottom, maybe? I don't know. So I kind of was sitting here just going like, yeah, okay, we will get this all cleared out, and then we'll build a minecart route in the caverns and get that shipping up and into the fortress, but maybe this is what I gotta do. Just get these boulders out of here. As annoying as it'll be. I have no idea how extensive this is going to end up looking. Oh, wow. Game didn't like that. Game very laggy. I wonder if that's because of the minecart thing or if there's something else going on. Nope, it is absolutely the minecarts. So it is taking so much processing power for it to figure out where the minecart track is going to go. Like, the game just decided to nope. Okay, well, let's try this. Just mentioning the minecart made it lag. Yeah, it seemed that way. Cannot find path. Okay, so there isn't a path down this way. That's probably part of the problem. Yeah, it does. It has a... Oh, I see. It doesn't have a path from there. Okay, so put a ramp right here. At least we've got plenty of drink. Bros won't be upset about that. They call Elfie tumbles? It's the first I'm hearing of this. This might be a not great idea. I'm gonna do it this way. It'll make it look cooler. And I'll still get some of the nice effect that I'm looking for. Oh, I need coal, apparently. I find it hard to believe that there isn't coal in this map. It's interesting how, like, hive minds of people work. It's like I haven't really gotten many followers today, and then out of nowhere, it's like 5 all at once. It's like, did somebody mention my name in a stream on the other side of the internet or something? It's fascinating how stuff like that happens. Or is it like human psychology and, like, people just decided that now's the time? Thanks for the follows, regardless. Olivine does look nice, and I'm running low on it again. You're making your dam out of it? It's one of those rocks that's, like, annoyingly difficult to come by consistently. I'm going to put Chuck into here. Chuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, is Snuck dead? I guess Snuck's dead. Well, okay. There goes that tantrumy bastard. I do have to say that that's a pretty damning statement, though. The Zeitgeist. I had a very brief point where I was, I guess, not mainstream internet famous, but in the Zeitgeist, and trust me, time's over. It was over by mid-December 2022. Well, maybe not mid-December. It was over by mid-January 2022. You were never relevant. Well, by relevant, I mean like we were in the top, 500 Twitch streams for average concurrent viewers, and like the top 200 for active subscribers for a minute there. Time for me to start selling feed pics. If only. I mean, if only I was that desperate, which I certainly am not. I don't give a shit about money that much. If I cared about money, I'd be playing, not Dwarf Fortress. And Pathwater. Yeah, you got to cover all your bases, right? Make sure you got every single market checked. And bathwater is an important part of the e-begging ecosystem. Should be classified as a Schedule 1 narcotic for DF addiction. I'm sorry? I don't know how to respond to that one. What's funny is it's really hard for me to watch a lot of those quick tutorials because I can tell how tired I am. I had somebody leave a comment this morning asking if I was drunk during the recording of one of them, and I'm just sitting there, and I went and listened to it for 90 seconds. I was like, nope, but I did stream for 14 hours that day and edit 2 other tutorials within 5 minutes of editing that one. Because most of them were one take. I don't know if it's a classic Canadian response. It's just, the funny thing about, Canadians saying I'm sorry is it's not actually an apology. It's like a question. It's like a, huh? What? What do you mean? Excuse me? Kind of thing. Nope. Here comeseth another one. They want a parley. This one is the Wrath of Machines. Ooh, I actually have beak dogs. Let's see how they like the coin cannon, shall we? Also, there's an ad break, so I will pause. But let's click around through them real quick. If any of them are injured already, or have family. Sometimes they have spouses, which usually means they've attacked before because the game now, because the first time they attack them, they're not notable, right? Once they attack you a second time, they've become notable figures. Military is all still actively training. That's good. It's probably just a recruit, the unarmed one. I mean, this guy? Yeah, Goblin Recruit. It means that they're running out of, Okay, this guy's actually been here before, but didn't do anything the last time. This one has a younger sister that I killed over here. So there you go. Must have attacked as part of one of the, child snatcher groups. Interesting. They've never come from over here before. Haven't turned on the burrow just yet, so we will give it a minute. It's early summer. Hopefully I can kill this siege fast enough that we can get traders in the fall. That's the hope. We'll just let them finish building all of this first, though. So we're halfway done. Might as well finish it. Yeah, I'm aware it came out. I've always played Conquest of Elysium. I've never actually played Dominions. I don't know. If enough people pester me, maybe I'll try it. I'd have to buy it, though. I always found Dominions to be kind of... Like, I've always liked watching Conquest of Elysium. I've never liked watching Dominions. But, I don't know. I know that Das Tactic was streaming it, I think. Or is streaming it. Well, all of this while I'm also trying to build a... All of this while I'm also trying to build a temple. Go figure. A lot of things at once. There we go. We are getting some olivine blocks. I should be able to wall this up with what we got. Like 30 boulders should be enough. Das Tactic was one of the original Dwarf Fortress tutorial gurus. Pre-Steam. I'm kind of surprised he didn't do that a second time, but... Like, he was one of the people that I watched back in the day when I was, like, trying to get back into the game after not being into the game. But as good as his tutorials are and as good as his advice was, it was all very DF hack and Dwarf Therapist focused, which I didn't find particularly useful. Actually, I ended up getting most of my help getting back into the game from a combination of Twitch chat and the wiki. Yeah, they're always just like basically a large patch for the game before. I mean, I'm aware of how that... I'm aware of how Illwinter does their design patches, or their not design patches. Their new releases. It's very much a, well, it's the same game, but we added all this stuff, and that's always kind of cool. All right, so let's get the dwarves inside now. Get everybody into the burrow. Give them some time to get inside. Yeah, I don't know. My annoyance with the Dominion series from the stuff that I watched of it was that it was always very slow, which is why I like Conquest of Elysium, because like, yeah, it's not as dense mechanically, but like it gives you a lot more, or it's a much quicker game, which I appreciate personally. It's going to forbid all of these jobs at the exception of the make olivine block. I'll keep making olivine blocks. I'm assuming all of the olivine should be close by, but I'm forbidding all of the stuff that requires leaving the fortress. I also need to check in with my steel supply pretty soon, actually. Like all these can be paused. Steel bars. 2 of them. Okay, well. Okay, so now that everybody's locked inside, we'll give them a minute to get inside. Dominion scratches the Fantasy 4X itch. Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't know. I'll be honest. I find the Dominions games a little bit intimidating. There's also a bit of that. So that door's shut. The other door's shut. Front gate's open. Let's let them in. And I know it might sound weird that like the Dwarf Fortress guy's intimidated by video games, but a little bit intimidated by that one. Sathados, thank you very much for the 38th month. Welcome back. Means a lot, dude. Hope you're doing well. How goes the frozen ice fort that you're building? Chatham, can I get a round of beers for Sathados? Keeping that sub alive for 38th month. Person who's built a cooler fort than most of you. It's a snow day there. Yeah, no, it's a snow day here too. I have coin cannons, so we're about to shoot coins at these goblins. So, round of beers. Pray for these poor goblins. They need it likely. This beak dog might actually make it in first, though. You've shoveled your sidewalk like 4 times already? This is nuts. I'm very lucky in that my apartment is like a horseshoe-shaped building, and I'm on the inside of the horseshoe. So I don't actually have any sidewalk that I legally have to shovel. Holy shit, he's back. Yeah, this is the second time this guy's visited. He's leaving again. This guy always shows up right before the sieges. Devildawn, don't take this the wrong way. I'm going to interrogate you. Because I'm starting to think this guy is doing something sus. Fuck is that? It's a necromancer experiment, meaning it's basically a Frankenstein's monster. Essentially, it's a Frankenstein's monster. Yep, necromancers can make mutated multi-creatures. Like, if I jump to it, this particular one is still on the way out. It is a small feathered humanoid with a curling trunk, black feathers that are long and broad. This night creature was first created by the dwarven necromancer Obak in Castle Phrase after horrible experiments on the goblin Toad. I've seen this particular individual show up multiple times now. And it's usually right before goblin sieges. Actually, another thing I'm going to do. What is your name? Ingiz. Interrogate. So let's just go. There you are. So I'm going to schedule that person as an interrogation the next time they're here. Is what I'm going to do. Because they're just going to leave the map right now. They'll be gone by the time I would get the opportunity to interrogate a decently sized siege. Yeah, no, it's usually living people. The experiments are not undead. The experiments are alive. I remember the first time I got a Necromancer experiment siege. It was in older versions of the game, and it was entirely made of blobs that had one eye and wings. So they were flying blobs that did nothing. Basically, they had no attacking ability whatsoever, and they couldn't wield anything, and they were all made out of cows. So I was getting attacked by this army of flying blobs, and because, like, you know, it was ASCII, right? The way they were represented was little zeros. So I just had, like, this army of green zeros attacking me, which was very funny. All right, well, I can fire the first cannon. Pull the lever. You're moving a little quick, actually. The first cannon is a go. Before it fires off, actually, I'm just going to do this so that my dwarves don't run out to try and grab all the stuff in it. And if we wait, oops, there it goes. All right, well, this will do some damage. I mean, it's already done some damage. This goblin here appears to have lost an arm. And is now dead. Okay, well, you've had a bad day. Sorry about this, but you got hit by multiple things. Most notably a scourge that struck them in the guts, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Wait, what? Huh. Imagine getting hit by a two-handed sword, okay? And the two-handed sword hits them in the upper leg, and it cuts off their leg. An artery has been opened. Okay, checks out. Silver scourge hits the goblin in the lower body, bruising the spleen. An iron scourge hits the goblin and the bowman in the guts, and the injured part is cloven asunder. So I guess his guts were already hanging out and then chopped off. Literally, yes. That is what happened. Well, that was pretty effective. There goes the minecart, which is ready to be loaded back up. Well, the siege is still happening, it turns out. That wasn't enough to dissuade them entirely. That's unfortunate. Or maybe it was. I don't know. Some of them are turning around. They appear to be turning around. Are they leaving? Well, not quickly. That much is for sure. This goblin is very enthusiastically running inside. Well, okay, so I guess that means that they are not done. Where are you going? There's nothing in there. They found a door, and they're like, we found a door, we must enter it. Like cats. I found a box, it must sit. All right, well, it's time to fire infinite wealth at them. They're here for my riches. We shall give them riches, if that is what they are here for. So now we just need to wait for the cannon to fire. Okay, so that's the first one. There it is. Cannon number 2. Well, we missed that front row, but coins are going out and doing pretty good, I gotta say. That went pretty well. Yet they are still moving towards us. You know, you gotta respect their perseverance at a point, right? You really gotta respect it. Because, like, they're still coming at us. How many of them are up in here? All right, well, the dwarves are now fighting at the gates. I think that's it for the cannons. I don't really want to fire another one. But the dwarves are continuing to fire bolts at the goblins. Run down and go get more ammo. Then repeat. This first goblin is doing its best pincushion impression. It's a very good impression, actually. It's all ready for the pincushion convention. I really want to just pull the drawbridge out from underneath them. I think they're running now. That it? Is that it, goblins? No? Really? You want more? All right. Well, allow me to show you what happens when I close my front door. Military is running back as they've got more ammo. Thank you very much for the $5, Devil Dawn. Appreciate you. Dwarves go back to firing bolts. Somebody's nose just sailed off, I think. Was that a nose? Yes, it was a nose. I assume this goblin lost a nose. Did you lose a nose? You have, in fact, lost a nose. Somebody shot your nose off. And, yeah, the flying silver bolt strikes the goblin in the nose, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Ow. That seems unpleasant. We're really having a hard time here. I think we should add catapults to this chat. What do you think? Speaking of goblins having a rough time, this goblin's having a bit of a rough time. This dwarf here is just standing stationary now, fighting with the goblin itself. By beating the goblin, I assume. Okay, so he's wrestling with him. He grabbed him, actually, by the third finger with the left hand with his steel buckler. So he grabbed him with his buckler, and he's bending his finger. I'm sure that's very painful. And now I think it's just time to send the military in proper. I was going to close the bridge on them, but now that my dwarves are on it, I don't really want my dwarves to die. Mark's dwarves are starting to fend them off in melee. Just need to wait for the backup squad to arrive, and they've arrived now. They're just going to slice these goblins into pieces. Not going to be much of a fight at this point. And just like that, the siege breaks. Send the dwarves back to training. Teeth everywhere. Absolute viscera. Somehow teeth even got caught in my walls. And the musketeer's taking a nap. A long day. And there's still a goblin running. You know, honestly, I respect it. Like, you know, they got to get out of here somehow. All right, let's pull a bunch of levers. And get things setting back up. Someone say teeth. Anybody? I feel like I asked this question once or twice a year. Has anybody here seen the movie Teeth? I unapologetically love that movie. It's not a good movie, but I like it. You've seen the trailer. I feel like that's a movie that most people who know of it have just seen the trailer. Teeth is a common subject when playing Dwarf Fortress, so that movie pops into my brain more often than it should. It practically lives rent-free up there. Catapults don't do friendly fire damage and just make things dodge out of the way, mostly. Very good for knocking things off of things. Ballistas do cutty damage. So one is blunt, one is cutty. I would say ballistas are better damage-wise, but, like, be very careful you don't, you know, decapitate your own squad with them. So what I'm going to do, actually, is I'm just going to go into here. And I'm just going to hit a button that you might be surprised by. You just cancel all of these, assuming... Oh, geez, I canceled pull lever. Assuming they are a job set up by the manager, they'll all just get reissued. It's another lever I got to pull again, which is this one. This one. Got to pull that. I don't have any paper for you to write books on, so, because I haven't set up a paper industry. So I know you haven't written any books. I can tell you that for a fact. Also, you're a scribe, if I'm not mistaken, which means you don't write books. Scholars write books. You copy books. So if I have writing material available, you will make copies of our current books. Because that's what scribes do. So many teeth. It's actually funny how many teeth there are. At least in my opinion, it's actually kind of funny. We're just going to go up to here, and I'm going to try and clear out some of these extra teeth. We're going to go to body parts. And we're just going to slowly start getting rid of this stuff. I'll say hey, Nander. What's up? I don't know. The sound effects and teeth just make me laugh very hard. Maybe I just have kind of a dark sense of humor when it comes to that sort of thing. Yep. Napalm, this is true. very much true. A lot of them are actually inaccessible to us and like underground. That part is worth noting, I suppose. So chat, the thing that you need to hope for me is please cross your fingers and hope that when fall hits, we don't get sieged and we get traders. Because I haven't been able to trade in a very long time. And it would be really nice to be able to get rid of like 99% of the clothing in this fortress. Because even my management skills are starting to get bested by the amount of like used armor and clothing that I have lying around. Like I'm actually starting to get to the point where it's just like I should just dump all of this stuff, like just throw it away.
Crypt wave.
Junod, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back with Prime. Appreciate you. I feel like I'm mispronouncing your name, but oh, that's why it didn't get done. Makes sense. They can carefully identify which tooth. I mean, all dwarves have their name imprinted on their teeth as children, right? So that when they die, you know, they just take a glance, they scan the barcode, very quickly find out whose tooth it is. How y'all doing? I'm doing all right. I'm doing okay. Getting by. One stream at a time. This will actually be quicker if I open the front door, so we'll also open the front door. I mean, it'll only launch things out of the hole if the drawbridge is closed when stuff's on it. So it's not going to launch anything right now. When I close it, it'll just crush everything. Then I just have to raise it back up. It's a manual one. But yeah, that would stop it. But then I'd also have to remember to force it open. There's several different ways I could upgrade this. I mean, I could drop from one layer higher and drop it onto a retracting drawbridge that is on like a rotation, and then put this on a rotation so it just opens and closes periodically. I don't really want to do that, if I'm being honest. You could also use an animal, like a pig on a chain, to step on different pressure plates to open and close things. I mean, there's several different ways you could do it, but I'm not worrying about it so much. I'm just choosing to not care too much. It is a willing decision by me to not to not really care. Okay, so what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to throw in diorite floors. And I'm going to floor half of this, because about half of this is going to be the temple. Yeah, they consider a pressure plate a path. I don't like automating things with pressure plates, especially with my own dwarves, for one very simple reason. Dwarves tend to end up in places they're not supposed to be, right? And every single time I've automated things with pressure plates, what's ended up happening, especially if it's drawbridges, is somehow a dwarf ends up in there somehow, and then dwarves just randomly start dying to the pressure plate. And I don't really like doing that for that reason. So, like, unless it's enemies that are triggering the pressure plates, and even then, I would rather just use something that I manually activate, because then I know it's going to work every time. Even if it's enemies triggering the pressure plate, what tends to happen is they'll then stand on the pressure plate and it won't trigger, and then things will pass by them. Like, if it's an enemy too, like sometimes I think that scouts can spot traps, and then they'll know to avoid them and walk around them and stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. I'm just maybe paranoid, but I find it easier to just not worry about it so much and just use a lever. Unless you're trying to intentionally kill your own dwarves. Good win, Napalm. Was that an all-in? Shit. the funny thing is people have made animal-based logic computers in older versions of the game. Same with like a lot of the most common computers were vampire computers, but because of the way moods work now, and I've explained this a million times, it's the same reason like vampire bookkeepers are redundant now. The way those used to work isn't the way the game works now, to the point where they'll go insane and the computer will break. Like, if you want to build logic computers using vampires or things that get stressed, you quite literally have to either remove mod stress out of the game or go back to version 34, I think. Enjoy sandwich. Bear on to bus. It's crazy how dwarves get to places they aren't supposed to. You had a dwarf 4 down here. Well, they might have been pushed. I had a an elven mayor for a number of years in one of my forts, and then one of my dwarves tantrumed and shoved him into the well, which most of my chat said was justified, and I thought was hysterical, but because he just kind of disappeared one day, and like I never actually noticed what happened, and then it was like a year later in game, it was like, oh, there he is. Found him. He's in the well. Well, that sucks. Anyways, okay, it feels like all of the goblins are out of here, so now let's just do this. The other thing I should probably do is open this front door, which I did. Okay, sweet. Okay, they still need to get rid of all these teeth, but we're getting there. We're getting there. At least it's just teeth mostly, and I guess a couple bodies. Now the great cleanup begins. Elfin well. At least I only had to fire 2 of the minecarts. I didn't have to. We don't have to refill all 3. Just 2 of them. So hopefully all this stuff will get hauled back in pretty quick. This won't be too slow of a turnaround time, unlike previous rounds. I'm currently crossing my finger that... I mean, roughly the same frequency, but they've been a lot smaller. I'm currently crossing my finger that we won't get sieged in fall. If I don't get sieged in fall, then I can trade. So, I'm really, really, really hoping that we don't get sieged in fall. I'm in an ad break right now, so... I'm just going to go up to here and use this as an opportunity to designate some things and unsuspend some stuff. And get this temple started. I don't have any tables or thrones. I do, however, have an altar. Let's do copper table and copper throne. So I've got tons of copper. And let's just do 50 of each of those. They don't need to be made of gold, as long as they're thrones. Was when a dwarven child tantrumed in your fort's master woodworker. It's really funny hearing new players talk about, like, dwarven children being horrible problems because, like, even me too. Like, I will occasionally get a child who's, like, a nightmare, but the vast majority of the time it's not the children. It's like, I like to tell people, it's like, if children murdering your dwarves is the biggest problem you have, you've got bigger problems. Like, you've got some very basic fortress management things that you need to change. So I will accept this. This is for the Ashen Order. I will build this as part of the Ashen Order. We'll see what our value is and what god we're worshipping. I'm actually not entirely sure which god the Ashen Order is. Or even how many worshippers they have. Temple. Ten worshippers. God of Death. Okay. So what is the god of death then? Although at this point, it's kind of fitting. Death and murder. One of just death. Ah, Sath, the fated dust. Actually, it's 22 worshippers. So, in that case, let's do... Let's do 2 black bronze statues. Wait, nope, that's the wrong thing. 2 of these. Most often takes the form of a male human and is associated with death. Checks out. Nope. Once a dwarf worships a god, they worship that god, and that's it. Nuclear Sneeze has been taken by a Fey Mood. I think you're a weaponsmith? Accomplished weaponsmith. Yeah, I'm pretty sure God, like the worshipping of gods is pretty set in stone. Something that they are born with. They generally worship the gods that their parents worshipped. Blue peafowl leather. Needs bones. Lots of tanned hides and bones. Lots and lots of bones. Okay, well, I can do that. I will just slaughter all of these beak dogs. Not all of them. Keep a breeding pair. Slaughter 2 beak dogs. Slaughter a Drathla. Slaughter 2 of my peahens. A peacock. That should do her. God, the amount of used clothing everywhere. The amount of used clothing is getting so silly. At least this stuff's getting hauled pretty quick. I'm just going to state what I said the first time a second time, but worded slightly differently, so it's more clear. I don't think that they can change anything about their religion once they are in your fortress. Hopefully that was clearer. Am I making arrow holes? Why am I making arrow holes? Because they look cool, and I'm going to put windows behind them. Am I out of Coke? Looks like I'm out of Coke. Oh, I'm out of fuel again somehow. Well. I was like, why is nothing getting done? Well, I'm out of fuel, apparently. But yeah, the reason I make most things in areas is because they look cool. That is almost always the reason for me doing things that I'm doing. And is generally the best and quickest bet. Can you dodge through arrow holes in adventure mode? I've never tried. So I don't know. I've never tried. Coke is no good. It's the fuel that I use to make all of my metal stuff, so it's pretty important. Okay, so value for this thing needs to get up to 6,000. Cheers, Neezer. You are still alive, by the way. Dwarf's actually quite happy. You saw the story of the election of Nish Cell Mines to the position of the exalted barricade of the doctrine of judging in the late summer of 81 at the Cobalt Pepper, and it is exciting. You were excited by a good story being told. Put a bookcase at the back there, just for some aesthetics. I was gonna chuck a chest in there, but apparently I'm out. Well, it is the god of death, so maybe we'll chuck some cages in there. I don't know what I'll do with them, but we'll put some cages in there. I think I'm out of pedestals. Value of this should go up slowly as the gems get put in. Is Snail still alive? The angry snail is, in fact, still alive. Works furiously. Cool. Got everything that we needed. So this is going to be a black bronze artifact, by the way. Black bronze, peafowl leather, peahen bone, forgotten beast leather, peahen bone, conglomerate blocks, and 2 rough gems, and it's a weaponsmith, or rather, metalsmith? Oh no, he's a weaponsmith. See how this is doing up here? There we go. Got enough value. Sacred skull. Chad, do we make Wood Jess or Napalm Sideburns II into the Sacred Skull? Meanwhile, Nuclear Sneeze II, the metalsmith has created Doran Numos, a black bronze short sword, and offers it to the pointy rock of artifacts. Did I build it? No, this is a naturally occurring structure, believe it or not. Let's go with Napalm. Napalm, you are now a religious leader. You are the Sacred Skull. We'll leave it public in case somebody wants to visit. And for this artifact, I may actually put this sword in there because it's just a cool artifact. This is a black bronze short sword. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cushion conglomerate cabochons and decorated with blue peafowl bone and encircled with bands of blue peafowl bone and oval cut amber opals. This object menaces with spikes of black bronze and brown zircon. On the item is an image of Zas, Joyous Tombs, the dwarf, and the skinless devil in blue peafowl leather. The skinless devil is striking down Zas. The arc relates the killing of the dwarf Zas by the skinless devil in Strokholz in the blue spike in the midsummer of 32 during Koknako, the assault of torment. On the item is an image of 2-grain wheat in forgotten beast leather. It's like food and violence. 2 things dwarves like. Yeah, I'm out of pedestals for display. Let's make a rock pedestal. The what demon? Skinless demon. I would assume it has no skin, based on the description. I could be wrong, though. Also gonna put a some weapon stuff into here. Hello, Mr. Raven. Your dwarf's still alive. FYI. Waiting on those olivine blocks. I mean, I know this is a pretty wild embark. It was a naturally occurring spike that was caused by some world gen anomaly, and I'm just slowly inhabiting it. It's right next to a very, 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 very large mountain. So, it's got something to do with that. It would be really weird if a demon called Skinless Demon had skin. I'm just gonna throw that out there. It would be mighty strange if that was the case. A skinless demon that's covered in skin. Well, that would be a terrifying mutation. It's to confuse enemies. Maybe it's like calling somebody spineless, you know? It's the skinless demon. It just gets offended really easily because it has no thick skin. Kind of a Greenland, Iceland situation. Totally, yes. Definitely exactly the same situation. You know, this is my only real regret with this fort. Is whenever I get sieged, I have to spend the next 40 minutes of real time waiting for the dwarves to put all my shit back together so we can do it again. Like, it's not the most annoying thing in the world, but it's kind of annoying. I think I will say that I like making... Fuck. Yes, they left. Sorry. I like making minecarts that shoot lava for a reason. Certainly, yes, very cool, but also very slow. Oh yeah, you guys have legends now, don't you? Because I uploaded the save. Snatcher, protect the kids. Get him, Dwarfy. Get him, Labash. You can do it. This is why you've been doing laps around the gym for the last 6 years. There you go, got him. Hey, right before he got off the map. Hold on. They're probably all gone now. Go back to training. Go back to doing laps. Those are two very different types of games. I don't enjoy Souls-likes. I don't particularly enjoy rhythm games, and Souls-style combat just feels like a rhythm game to me. It's all about pattern recognition and memorization, and I am not good at that at all. And we've uncovered a criminal plot, so that's exciting. Oh shit, we were actually able to interrogate the Dismal Hunter Cool. We'll have to look into that in a sec. And as far as Baldur's Gate 3 goes, I wouldn't stream Baldur's Gate 3 even if I did like those types of games, which they're fine. It's just not something I go after generally. For one very specific reason. JRPGs or not JRPGs. RPGs like that are a really bad idea to stream in general unless it's literally the only thing you do because 2/3 of your audience won't tune in due to spoilers. We had this discussion a whole lot yesterday about Disco Elysium, which is a game I would absolutely love to play. But to this day, whenever I bring up streaming Disco Elysium, a couple people are like, I'd watch that, because of course you would. But a large portion of my audience still says, I haven't played that yet, so won't watch due to spoilers. So I will literally never stream games like that, because what's the point if nobody's going to watch? The subject revealed in the early winter of 130, the subject, I mean, I have that problem with Caves of Cud, and it's less story-driven than the other games mentioned here. The subject revealed that in the early winter of 130, the subject plotted to steal the Pointy Rock of artifacts in order to steal treasures, and infiltrated the Pointy Rock of artifacts in order to steal treasures and prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature, Faulted Thrower, in order to have an aid. The subject corrupted Faulted Thrower in order to have an agent in Creaturekeepers. The subject met with Faulted Thrower and made a threat. Faulted Thrower was too afraid to not comply, despite valuing the law. And the subject revealed that in the late winter, Faulted Thrower plotted to steal Murder Blades, the stockade of delegating under the influence of the subject. So what is Murder Blades, out of curiosity? Which one of my artifacts is that? Murder Blades, Murder Blades, Murder Blades, Murder Blades. Interesting. Well, you didn't. So that's good. I also need to put Polu in prison again. I'm going to interrogate Faulted Thrower first. And unfortunately, the guy who confessed is no longer on the map because I didn't notice it. So I have to wait for the Dismal Hunter to come back. How haven't they played that yet? It doesn't matter. I mean, like, when it comes to games that are spoiler heavy, there are some people that just won't watch them. And it doesn't matter if they haven't played it yet. It's that they might play it in the future, right? There are some people in this world that are so worried about spoilers that they just will not watch certain types of games. And because I play a lot of games that are kind of impossible to spoiler, even Dwarf Fortress is kind of impossible to spoiler. I guess you can mechanically spoil certain parts of Endgame, but not really. Like, it's kind of hard to actually get spoiled on things in Dwarf Fortress outside of mechanics, which that's easy to avoid. But when it comes to games that are super heavily story-driven and choice-based, doesn't matter. There is a certain type of person that just won't watch. And as somebody who plays games that are generally not spoiler-based, if I suddenly sit down and start streaming a JRPG, literally nobody watches. Like, to give you an idea, Citizen Sleeper is a good example. I really, really, really enjoyed playing through Citizen Sleeper. When I streamed Citizen Sleeper, I had an average concurrent viewers of about 70. About 20 was my average view count for Citizen Sleeper. I really, really, really liked Norco. When I streamed Norco, I was sitting at an average of about 60 to 70 viewers. By the time I finished streaming Norco, the day I finished it, I had 6 concurrent viewers. When I tried playing, like even with Caves of Cud, people always ask me to stream Caves of Cud, and then I will start streaming Caves of Cud, and half of the feedback I get is like, well, I'm not watching because I haven't played the campaign yet. It's like, or I haven't played through the main quest line yet. It's like, well, then why am I streaming it? Why then? So I wouldn't play Baldur's Gate 3 even if I really wanted to, which I'm kind of indifferent on, but I wouldn't stream it anyway because I know that nobody will watch it. So what's the point? It's like the weird side of this industry where it's just like there's certain games that like I would love to play, but we'll just literally never play because I know that enough of my audience just won't watch in the first place that there's no point. With God of War Ragnarok, angry man hit thing with axe. That's the story. I mean, yeah, I know there's more story to God of War than that, but. So, I mean, it's kind of the reason I completely avoid games that have story on this channel is because it turns out the audience that I've cultivated over the years is an audience that, believe it or not, just doesn't tune in if it's a spoiler-heavy game. Doesn't matter if they've played it or not, or if they will ever play it. If there's the slightest chance that they might, they won't watch. Well, I can't play games like Hotline Miami, so that's a redundant question. Hotline Miami, like, is a game that I like the soundtrack for and respect the hell out of it, but my god, that game is unplayable for me. Same with video games. Yeah. But anyway, I'm literally never going to stream either of those games that you asked a question about. Yay! Sorry, this is my first time trading with the dwarves in so fucking long. I'm so happy. Hallelujah. It's been 10,000 years. Esm, the Outpost liaison, has finally arrived. I'm totally okay with getting attacked now. I can lock the doors. Why is Hotline Miami not playable for you? I have extreme vision issues. That is a game that requires very quick vision and also not getting motion sick by the background. I can't play bullet hell games, like, period. And Hotline Miami not only is very difficult for me to play because I'm not able to see what is on the screen quick enough to be able to actually play the game, but combine that with it also having pulsating, flashing backgrounds, it makes me super motion sick and feels nauseous. I love the idea of Hotline Miami, but as a video game, it's awful. It's really not that much more complicated than that. I interrogated Faulted Thrower. Let's see what Faulted Thrower has to say. Confessed. Okay. Or attempted theft, but failed theft, that's for sure. We will convict you. I mean, they can't. There's no way for them to get into the moat. So. What about games like Space Engineers? I have a question. Why are you asking me about random games I have no interest in? Like, I don't know. Space Engineers looks kind of boring to me. So what about it? It looks really boring. Like, that's it. I find survival crafting games really boring. Trying to know what games I like. I have very eclectic tastes. Probably the easiest way to explain it in one sentence. Getting kidnapped. Okay. Also, hey, Clino, what's up, dude? It's nice seeing you around these days. In a little bit. It's like the Christmas holidays makes everybody leave. Bored you more than DF sometimes can when nothing is going on for a whole year? Yeah. I mean, at some point, like, I've talked before about making a list of, like, games that I've played, but, like, I don't know. I'm the kind of person who will literally only play one game for, like, 3 or 4 years. And, like, that's what my entire gaming history is like. I'll find a game that I like, and then 2 years later, I'll be like, well, other games exist? Weird. And then, like, not actually play them, and then just keep playing that one game. So that's just kind of the personality that I am, I guess. when it comes to what kind of other games do I like, everybody on Earth seems to really like two things that I can't stand. I can't stand bullet hells. Bullet hells are unplayably awful. I fucking hate them. I wish people would stop making bullet hells. The world would be a better place if there were no bullet hells in it. The second genre of games that I really don't like, that is really popular, are open world survival crafting games. That shit just sucks. I don't understand why people want to play that. I don't get it at all. I get the allure of the idea of a survival game, and I used to think about survival games a lot when I was younger, like as an idea, like the concept of survival games always seemed really interesting, but in practice, they are the most god-awful fucking boring pieces of dog shit I've ever played. And the only way to make them interesting is by, like, just playing in an open server with open voice chat, which, sure, that might be fun for some people. I hate that and really do not enjoy that. Sometimes I can be convinced to play Project Zomboid, but I don't actually do the survival crafting part of it. I literally play it as like the Warriors simulator. We just go grab the nearest weapon and then run into the middle of a wall of zombies and try and survive for a couple of days until you and your friends go, bah! And then you go, okay, that was a fun 4 hours. Then you forget about the game for 6 months. And that's how I play Project Zomboid. Actually playing Project Zomboid properly or with people who know how to play Project Zomboid is like a test, one of the biggest tests of my patience I've ever experienced in my life. So the things that most people enjoy, I generally don't like. I've never liked a 3D Zelda. I think all 3D Zelda games are bad. The good Zelda games are the 2D top-down ones. 3D Zeldas are... The series died with them, as far as I'm concerned. If you overcompensate for other needs, like they don't need all of their needs to be satisfied to be focused, right? All you need is a dwarf to be focused. If a dwarf is focused, then they've satisfied enough needs that they're doing right. They're in a good spot. Like this dwarf, they need to acquire an object. Okay, they need to be with friends. Okay, that can be sorted. And they need martial training, so they need to join the military. Basically, this dwarf needs to acquire an object and get martial training, which means if I just put this dwarf into the military, that would probably solve all of their mood issues. They won't be with family, but they will make friends in the military. They'll get to be social. And they'll get the martial training. Wandering is a weird one. I never really know what deals with that one. What about Minecraft? How many times in your life have you heard me say anything about Minecraft, Shadow Absorber? And I guess to sort of more sarcastically respond to your question, what about Minecraft? What about Zoidberg? When the creator went nuts, I mean, fair. I played a lot of Minecraft while it was a browser game. That you built 3D Lego structures in and then could run around in. That was really cool. But then they added all of this annoying crafting bullshit, and I uninstalled it. I'll be honest, I don't think I've really played it since. So military dwarves is a social boost too? Absolutely. Martial training is something that a lot of dwarves need. There's a reason, like, sometimes, I don't do it super often, but sometimes I'll make squads, Fire and Ice, that are literally just called, like, recreation squads or martial arts squads or something like that. Like, that's how I'll refer to them, where it's literally just a wrestler squad with no uniform, and it's just a bunch of civilians that want martial training but would be horrible for the military. Like, they're not brave, they stress out easily, they don't want to master a skill, but they need martial training real bad. Still not sure why you like it. I understand why people like Minecraft, but I also am very much aware why I don't like Minecraft. Like, I put a good chunk of time into it back in the day. Like, it's not an exaggeration to say I probably put hundreds of hours into Minecraft, but I was done with Minecraft in 2011. Like, I was done with Minecraft before I moved out. I moved out in 2012, so it's like I played Minecraft once for 90 minutes in the last like 12 years, and that was because my stream team had a community server built and somebody wanted to show me something. So I installed Minecraft and logged into that world and felt kind of motion sick because of the way the head bob in that game works and couldn't figure out how to turn it off, and then uninstalled it, and that's about it. As far as RTS games go, I don't like competitive RTS games. I don't like multiplayer stuff. I do quite enjoy RTS games. I don't particularly enjoy streaming RTS games because they're very, 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 very visually and mentally demanding. And so I find that they make for pretty bad streams generally. But I streamed like I streamed most of the what was it called? Starship Troopers RTS that Slytherin put out. I streamed most of that. I didn't finish the last level because it got just kind of annoying. Enjoy StarCraft? You know, for years I used to just say that I don't support Blizzard because fuck Bobby Kotick. Now I'll just be honest. I don't really like Blizzard games that much. I enjoyed like the original StarCraft back when. I never need to play StarCraft again. I'm good. That's your brain feel cold. It's an odd description, like brain freeze. Okay, so we need to get this trading done. What do we want to import? I would like to import, let's just continue saying wood. They want legwear. Well, that'll be easy because I give them clothing anyway. So you can't move your hands as fast because you're old? I think that, for me, like, the reality is, I've always had kind of my biases in types of games I like and types of games I don't like. I think everybody's like that, right? Like, we all kind of have certain genres that we like and certain genres that we don't like. That's just kind of a fact, right? But for me, the longer I've played games, and this is a me problem. This isn't a most people problem. This is a me problem. The longer I've played games, the worse my eyes have gotten. When I was younger, I used to, you know, play a lot of, it's pretty well known on here. Like, I used to play a lot of multiplayer FPS games. I used to play Counter-Strike. I used to play a lot of free-to-play stuff. And I also used to play a lot of RTS games. I also used to play some, quite a lot of MOBAs. I played, like, early Dota 2. I never played Dota 1, but I did play Dota 2. I played, like, League of Legends. I played Heroes of New Earth. I played Dawn Gate when that was a thing that existed that before it got shut down. In that very brief alpha period, I fucking hated Smite. Apparently they just announced a sequel to that, which I think's weird. Thought Smite was awful. I played like Tribes Ascend, a lot of free-to-play stuff. And I have this very noticeable timeline that is very, 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 very clear to me. As my vision has gotten worse, I've enjoyed those games less. And it's a very, very clear timeline to me. Like, because I see my eye doctor once a year, right? And every single year he's like, okay, so you've lost this much vision in this period of time. Like, you know, like, we need to increase your glasses by this much or whatever. I haven't actually like I haven't needed new glasses in a while because my depth perception, or not my depth perception, my like nearsightedness hasn't gotten much worse, which is good, which means it's not being caused by computers likely. But my vision is still degrading every year. So as my vision has gotten worse, I've gotten worse at those types of games. Makes it harder to enjoy them. So played Smite with your GF. I mean, hey. If it works, play it. So, yeah, I don't know. It's really difficult for me to just be like, I like this game and I don't like this game. Because usually my answer for not liking certain types of games or certain genres of games is just my vision, you know? Thanks for the yearly bad news. That's my life. It's okay. I live with it. So, you know, it's kind of a bummer to talk about, but yeah, no, I mean, like, one of the reasons I stopped playing League of Legends back in the day was I realized two things. Two things became very, 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 very clear to me with League of Legends. The first thing was that all of my friends were way better than me. That was the first thing I realized. The second thing I realized was they were all way better at me, and they had to play, like, not even a tenth of the amount of time. And then the more I played, the more I realized, oh, most of the friends that I'm playing this game with are also, like, incredibly high up in Osu. And Osu is a game that is literally unplayable for me. Like, I can't, like, to give you an idea on how bad I am at rhythm games because of my eyes, I can't play Guitar Hero on the easiest difficulty. Like, people made fun of me when Guitar Hero was huge because, like, they'd hand me the guitar and be like, I literally can't do this. I really would love to see how Homeworld 3 turns out, but that's another game that I'd be, like, terrified to stream. And that's another reason why, like, I don't like streaming RTS games specifically. Like, people will just be like, how do you not see that? Well, fuck you. And now I also have this weird problem where I've streamed so many games that are like this, with this very particular perspective, that I've also kind of cultivated an audience of similar people who get, like, easily motion sick and stuff for certain types of games. So sometimes I'll just be like, fuck it. I'm gonna play, I don't know, what's a boomer shooter I played? I'm gonna play Dusk, but I'm gonna play it on easy. Or I'm gonna play Gloomwood, which is a game I really enjoy. I really, really like playing Gloomwood. I also really like Thief. But the second I start playing a game that's like 3D, there is a portion of my audience that'll be like, I'm not gonna watch or type in chat because this game makes me motion sick. Like, just watching it makes me motion sick. And I don't get that. Like, I'm not that far gone, but, like, as an example, I tried to play, what was the name of that video game? Hard Space Shipbreaker on stream. I lasted about 20 minutes before I was about to throw up because I was so motion sick. So some games do make me really motion sick, but I can play 3D games and enjoy them. Generally, assuming I can control the FOV and, like, head bob and stuff. But there's some people that just won't watch my streams. So, like, those games always underperform. So I'm kind of, like, stuck in this weird spot where I have games that I really like playing. And I have games that I enjoy playing that are accessible and good for me. And I have an audience that likes watching them. But whenever I try to stray out of that, it is, like, extraordinarily punishing to me financially. So usually what ends up happening is if a game comes out that I really want to play that isn't already specifically in the niche of games that people watch me for, I just don't stream it. Which is what happened with El Paso Elsewhere. Because people just don't watch. That's okay, I'm replacing them all with steel, York. But if they're too heavy, I'll just remove them. The main reason I wasn't selecting the metal stuff, or trying to not select the metal stuff, was just weight, because they don't have a what's it called? They don't have wagons, so they can't carry much. What is the task at hand? We're trading. Finally. Spoils the rest of us who aren't well traveled. Is there a joke in there somewhere? I don't get it. But hi, Fraga, what's up? Also, Tyler, hi, what's up? Sorry, I was in a ramble fest there. Yeah, League used to be great for me back in the day, but it's gotten harder to process as time has gone on. Ironically, like, I tried playing City Skylines 2, Denchi, and two things happened. One, that game launched like an absolute trash fire. Second thing was people like, Blind, why are you playing Paradox games? And then I uploaded that VOD to YouTube, and it, I think to this day, is still the most disliked VOD I've uploaded in like the last 3 years. Which I think is really funny. But because literally it's me just talking about how badly the game is running the entire time. So that's part of it. But also there's people who genuinely were just like, if you start streaming Paradox games, I will unsubscribe. So cool. I mean, I agree. Fuck Paradox. I don't particularly like them as a company anymore. They used to be really cool, but they've kind of... I've been sour on them for a while. And when you have like kind of an overwhelming response from your audience that we're gonna stop watching you if you play more of a game, yeah, I'm not gonna play that game much more. You're not allowed to use the P word on this chat. Sorry. They say that you borrow games from the Swedish Public Library. You're more than welcome to borrow games from the Swedish Public Library. Just please don't say the P word. It's all good. What's up, Maybeso? I mean, it's not about layoffs for me. It's about them cramming out really shit products. Don't make me actually time people out, Marza. I'm not allowed to promote illegal activity on my stream, believe it or not. I know that that is a crazy sounding concept, but... On, Dwarf. We'll buy the bars, the cut gems, stones, just to free up weight. Buy the cages as well. And toy boat. Puzzle boxes. Might as well buy just about everything, actually. Logs are most of the weight anyway. Barrels, what did you bring? Rum, milk, venom. Do not need the venom, but we'll buy everything else. All of the bins. Still plenty of extra money. I will just remove tunics. Buy those. Microplan bookcase, why not? As well as these books. I need to give them some gifts. And I'll also buy the backpacks and the trousers, why not? Shipping everything. Oh, none of these are available as gifts. Well then, in that case, I will buy the steel battle axe off of you. And I will... It's because you want all the stuff gone? Here, take it! Kind of deal. Yeah, that would be fun. Just gonna give them some gold goblets as gifts. There are necromancers. I've attacked them a couple times, actually. Also, that's how that necromancer experiment got here. Are there none in this fortress? Nope. Oh, I think that the dollars per hour argument on video games is a dumb one. So stupid. Offer as gift. And I'll trade for that Not all of these, obviously. Just one of those. What do gifts do? It makes them happy with you, and it makes nobles arrive. You don't offer gifts to your home faction. You won't ever get moved up within the faction itself unless like you just randomly luck your way into it. Yeah, we've been saying that for years. It'd be neat if adventure mode was done so that they could actually work on our requests for new features. That might just be what I start saying when people start saying it'd be neat if insert thing here was done, because yeah, I agree. You learn something every day, Raven. Let's... Let's move these all down. Tired of these limitations. A lot of these shops are just canceling the jobs. Just a bit of a pain. Plenty of coke and charcoal again, too. I want to say dig out a 3x3 room, but 4 levels deep, and I use the channeling tool on the last floor to get rid of the ramps. And I use the channeling tool, and on the last floor, I get rid of the ramps. Is there a different technique? I mean, not really. You kind of don't really have many options. Let's see, where's my metalsmiths at? Yeah, as far as me with like my weird I'm stuck in this game kind of thing, it's not an uncommon problem for people who work in this industry. And another very common thing that happens to people in this industry is people tend to not play games much. If you work in this industry, like, it's actually kind of rare for streamers to play games off stream much. So people ask me, it's just like, what games do you like? It's like, well, that's a really difficult question to actually answer, because I don't know if I could tell you. Most of the time. Because I don't actually know. Because I'm kind of just stuck in the games I have to play. If I like it or not. Fortunately, I do. That's about it. You know, I mean, my channel is very similar to Disnof's channel like that. It will cause channeling. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't just click and drag and do all the levels at once. You'd have to split them up. If you try and do it any other way, you'd end up with cave-ins. I mean, not guaranteed, but very likely there will be cave-ins. Yeah, see, here's the thing, right? It's mostly financial. You're a happy customer, and I will continue to brag about it. And I do hate that the DLC adds up to 3 times the price of, but I'm a happy. That's. Who cares? Why would you brag about spending money on a thing? What? I mean, who gives a shit, Tyler? Like that's my response to you. It's like who fucking cares? Buy what you want to buy. Why would you brag about buying something? It's like, oh, I bought a pickup truck. Look at me, I'm cool. Good for you. Who fucking cares? Wow. Kinda, yeah, Raven. I mean, if you're a happy customer, excellent. Who fucking cares? And the hours to dollar ratio thing is so fucking stupid. Considering some of my favorite games of all time are like 3 hours long and cost $25. You bought a trash can once? You know, I would argue, important thing to purchase. Every home should have at least one trash can. And for some people, if your name is Oscar, the trash can might be your home. I played Doki Doki Literature Club, or read it. I don't really play it, but I read it. Didn't stream it, but I read it. You don't think Oscar bought that trash can? I mean, he's definitely a squatter. And you're like, dude, I don't car. People whose self-worth is based on their monetary possessions will always perplex me. You never thought that you'd hear that I played Doki Doki? I've played maybe more visual novels than you realize. I don't really like to say played. I read it. I don't know. Good story. Interesting mental health tale. Made by a guy I know. So. Squatter line sounds like I'm making a pun. If you work in like the streaming industry, you kind of know everybody. And the developer of Doki Doki made Franker Face Z, FFZ, a Twitch plugin. So I know him through people, yes. Do I know him directly? Do I have his phone number? Is he a good friend of mine? Absolutely not. Do I know him? Yes. Have I encountered him before at work events? Yes. But yes, Doki Doki Literature Club and FFZ are the same person. Unrelated, but rest in peace to Frank. Frank the dog died. He was the icon for Franker Z. It was like one of the big things when Doki Doki came out, because it dropped out of nowhere and nobody really knew it was coming. And everybody was like, yo, the guy who made Franker Face Z made a video game? And it's a very weeby visual novel. What the f? And it's free? So, like, it was one of those, like, curiosity got the better of me kind of things. I mean, I live in a world where I played Disability Girls a bajillion years ago. So, when it comes to weird visual novels, I've probably played more than you realize. Obviously, that was way before my Twitch era, I suppose, but... Making multi-layer rooms can be a time-consuming process, Fire and Ice. It's really funny when I look over at YouTube chat and there was a message that was posted probably a while ago and they were just saying, use the deconstruct tool. I'm like, I have no idea what context that was in, but please don't backseat my stream. It's like, I'm just keep looking over and seeing that. It's like, use the deconstruct tool. It's like, for what exactly? I am not a weeb. No, I am the anti-weeb. Just because I have acknowledged and partaken in Japanese-themed media a handful of times doesn't make me a weeb. It's like, I've seen Fievel Goes West, but I'm not a furry kind of deal. I dated a cosplayer for years, and her neurotic insanity, more and awful fucking friends, has cured me from ever wanting to take part in any sort of anime fandom. Weeb and anime are kind of intertwined. So, no. Done with work. We'll see you later, Fallout. Cheers, dude. Oh, Stone Hobo's absolutely a weeb, yeah. Like, I've got no problem with people that want to watch anime or be fans of that sort of media. I've seen my fair share of anime in my time. I've read my fair share of manga. You know, it's accessible, it's out there. But I've also seen my fair share of Marvel movies. And I, at one point, owned a whole bunch of Daredevil comics. I fucking hate Marvel. Shit's awful. Like, it's garbage. It's so fucking bad. So, you know, tastes change. Like, was there definitely a point in my life where I enjoyed anime more than now? Yeah. Did I ever self-identify as a weeb? No, not really. I think that some people have this very, very massive need to feel community. And I respect that, right? Everybody needs community in their life. It's why some people get stuck in religion and never get out. You need community. It's a very important thing to general existence, is what I would say. Because we are inherently social creatures, and we live in a very punishing environment right now for being social, especially in the last few years. A lot of people find it very mentally beneficial to find a thing that they enjoy, identify with that thing, and make that the sole identifier of who they are, right? Like, I play video games. I don't describe myself as a gamer. Like, at all. Still no migrants, but we did get to trade with the Mountain Home just now, so hopefully we'll be able to fix that. Shogun. You don't feel community with various animation fans? I mean, fair. What's my take on not true gamer if you don't play X? Fucking grow up. Like, if somebody is going to actually, like, state you're not a true gamer if you blah, whatever thing, fuck off. Go get laid. Go outside. Touch some fucking grass. Ride a bike. Go on a hike. Breathe some fresh air. And contemplate your dumb decisions. That's what I fucking think. Like, fucking die in a hole. Leave me alone. Humans are wholly unique individuals, right? And a human is not, from my perspective, a human shouldn't be pigeonholed based on one major interest. We all have interests. All people have interests. It's healthy to have different kinds of interests, right? I like old school audio. I like computers. I like tech. I like being an outdoorsy person. I like hiking, camping, backpacking. I very much enjoy like heavy metal music. I go to metal shows pretty frequently. I enjoy coffee. I have weird desires to make the best possible cup of coffee I can at home with the minimum possible ingredients. I have various different little hobbies. And that's healthy, right? In fact, I would argue, like, in the past, oh yeah, I also like gardening. In the past year and a half, my goal has been to get back to that. Because I spent years and years and years and years and years of my life very cordoned off, streaming way too much, and not doing other things. And every single time I found a new hobby or refound an old hobby, I would make it into part of my income, which is the reason I very vehemently like refuse to stream my camping trips. Because sure, that's gardening. That's a hobby, yeah. Baka Glass, I should respond to you directly so you know who I'm talking to. But like, if you are limiting yourself as a person by overly identifying with just one thing, and if you are happy, then enjoy your life. Like continue doing what you're doing. Like if you feel mentally and physically fulfilled doing that one thing, then by all means, keep doing what you're doing, right? If you are in a tough place, and I've been in some really shitty places, and I'm a very mentally unstable person. If you are in a crappy place and you don't know how to move forward or what to do, or you feel stuck, or if you feel like nothing interesting ever happens in your life, or if you're just bored and can't get out of bed every day, part of it might literally be as simple as, like, it's not a one solution fixes all thing. It's definitely not that. I'm not saying that like, oh, going outside fucking cures your depression or something. That's not true. But it might be as simple as you are dedicating so much of your life to one thing that you're bored with the monotony of it, even if it's something you enjoy. And I think that when people are just like, oh, I'm an anime fan, and that's all that you do, you focus your entire life on that one thing. Maybe you focus your entire life on video games. Maybe you focus your entire life on just studying or working, like these fucking hustle culture cunts out there. That is just different sides of the same fucking problem of like, well, if you completely identify with one thing, how are you ever going to find the time or the ability to try something new that you might like? I've been in therapy too much. All right, let's get back to playing video games. And I think it's also part of the reason why I'm so irritated by fandoms and why I kind of reject fandoms and identifiers pretty violently. Because when I find myself, let's just say, at an anime convention, which I've been to way too many of those because my ex used to drag them to me and I had to carry her shit around. I would run into some of the happiest people I'd ever met, right? But I would also run into some of the most obnoxious, that's not a word, most obnoxious, I can enunciate words, obnoxious, mean, sour, how do I describe this? Manipulative, controlling people I've ever met in my life. Hitter's a good one. I wouldn't say Rancid. No, Rancid's generally just PAX East. because everybody stinks at PAX East because PAX East happens in Boston in February. So everybody's wearing like big ass fucking parkas. And then you walk into this very, 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 very warm convention center. And then everybody is just walking around in way too much gear going, oh God, it's so hot. And then everybody takes off those and everybody's sweating and everybody smells bad. That's rancid. But like, you know, the Forgotten Beast, Vildang, has come. A sauropod with lidless eyes. It has a twisting, jointed trunk, and it is ravening. Its dark peach scales are blocky and set far apart. Beware its noxious secretions. All right, well, doors are locked, so let's do this real quick. Open these. Oops, not that button. This button. The Constantinople. I was trying to make a Constantinople wordplay there, but it didn't work. Come on up, kidder. Let's go. Come on, pupper. Good doggy. There you go. Oh, what? Why do you go away? Dude. Ignore the naked bulldogs. All right? All right? Ignore the naked. Exactly. Now, come on. Just go up the stairs. It's very simple. Just go up the stairs. Go. You killed another naked bulldog. I mean, good for you, I suppose. God damn it. Come on. Go up. Spider? I mean, not really a spider. Blundermoth wants you to post beers. It's not limited to anime. In fact, it's pretty much 90% of anything. Think about how many bad movies are shown every year in theaters, and it's not worth your time. But 10% of the gems give us things that people like to watch. I need to scroll up and see what you're replying to. All right. There we go. Come on, you animal. This way. Man, I really need to just put a lock on that so I can lock this. You know the very, 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 very classic internet philosopher wrote a very important text that I think everybody should hear at least once, which I can't play because I will literally get a content ID strike on it. But the lyrics are pretty simple and they go like this. It's okay to not like things. It's okay, but don't be a dick about it. Don't be a dick about the things you don't like. And gonna take a while in it. Which is kind of funny because sometimes I am very much a dick about things I don't like, but I generally do it for what I attempt to be comedy, but it doesn't always land. No, I'm not saying that you're being a dick. I'm just babbling. But if you find yourself not enjoying anime, my advice to you, as somebody who also doesn't like anime in general, you should watch Studio Ghibli movies. Those are just good movies. Comedian airlines are a bad airline to fly. They crash almost as often as Boeing. Jonah Simple, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Thank you much. Or alternatively, just go watch Akira, which I will remind people for my entire life. Just go watch Akira. If you haven't seen Akira, Go watch Akira. If you think you like science fiction or like cyberpunk stuff and you haven't seen Akira, why are you withholding? Crash almost as often as they land. Akira is like fucking beautiful. Just period. I've never seen Berserk, so I can't say anything for it or against it. I played a Berserk-themed roguelike once. It was a long time ago. I wouldn't recommend anybody Neon Genesis Evangelion. As somebody who's seen Neon Genesis Evangelion and read the manga, what I will say about Neon Genesis Evangelion is it's only good if you understand the tropes that it's like parodying. The Akira movie is what I recommend people watch. Don't watch the fucking anime. Nobody's got time for that shit. I read one of the comics for Usagi Yojimbo once and was very confused when the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles showed up. Is this Forgotten Beast gonna die to troglodytes? How many troglodytes has it killed? 29? Okay, and several 3 of those were naked Moldogs, but Jesus, man. Troglodytes, like just random cavern creatures. I mean, he's a pretty good exterminator, that is true. But I prefer if I could get it into my fort. I was gonna say, Isekai isn't funny, what? I guess it depends on your sense of humor, I suppose. But yeah, I hate anime, but I enjoy Akira. You know what's interesting? These caverns had almost no animals in them, and then I disabled cavern creatures, or not cavern creatures, like the cavern invaders. And now I'm getting tons of creatures in the caverns. I wonder if the cavern invaders limit the animals that can wander on. Trust me, Narnia is hysterical. For Narnia! Aslan! I'm a shitty Christian allegory! I mean, that's my plan for all of them, which is why I'm just staring at it and not killing it. Is I am just waiting for it to walk up my stairs so I can catch it. But turns out that's actually kind of hard. Narnia is very good. Agree to disagree. Narnia was neat when I was younger. Dwarf bait, nah. No, dwarf bait wouldn't do anything because I would literally have to send it into the caverns because there's so many things in the like the Gorlak. There's so many things in the caverns right now that I would literally have to send the dwarf into the caverns, and I'm not going to do that. One can say that if you take every single piece of media in existence and degrade it down to anime tropes, you devalue the other pieces of media. Kind of dust this guy got? Fuck if I know. It's hard to say what it is. It's probably going to die to cavern creatures. Also, I'm pretty sure it's secretions, isn't it? Why am I like blanking on where the description is there? Towering sauropod with lidless eyes, beware its noxious secretions. Yeah, it's not dust, it's secretions. So it's got gas. And what does it do? I have like one cat in this fortress. I generally don't like using things as bait. What I do need to do though is I need to add some more doors on. If I just add more tunnels and more doorways on, it'll be easier. Catch things. I'm gonna need to clean out this cavern. Gorlaks aren't super fast, unfortunately. Gorlaks should have underground factions that you can be diplomatic with. Give you a reason to go down to the caverns that isn't like, you know, going down to fight with the frogmen or whatever. The amphibian people. This Forgotten Beast is gonna die pretty... maybe not. Come on. Come on, buddy. I mean, making a mess? I think we have very different definitions of cleaning. Hallelujah, got him. Took forever. So I'm going to send these 2 squads down into the caverns to patrol. I'm going to build a wall here. And a wall here. And we are going to just start claiming stuff now. Oh, that sucks. I am not a huge fan of blue microphones. I think blue microphones are not great. Certainly not my favorite brand, I'll put it that way. And corpses. Actually, how full are the cannons? I'm curious. Okay, cannon 1 is like completely empty. You want to play Dwarf Fortress? Tell me 2 sentences that will finally get you to play it. You're too scared. I mean, I don't really know what to say to somebody who is scared to play a video game. Like, genuinely. Oh, fair enough, Blundermoth. I mean, if you want microphone recommendations, just get yourself an Audio-Technica AT2020. If you want something that's USB. But, I mean... Dwarf Fortress isn't like learning other games. Playing Dwarf Fortress is like learning a board game. When you play a video game, a modern video game anyway, generally people are pretty used to the video game telling you what to do, right? People are pretty accustomed to that. They kind of expect that the game's going to tell you what to do as the player. Dwarf Fortress doesn't do that. Dwarf Fortress is like learning to play a board game. And when you learn to play a board game, it's a pretty simple learning curve. You open up the box, you look at the pieces, and then you read the manual. And that's kind of how Dwarf Fortress works. You open the box, you look at the pieces, and then you read the manual. The manual comes in the in-game tutorial, which is gets you pat through the basics of controlling the game. And then after that, you either read the wiki or watch some YouTube videos or talk with people, ask them questions. Because it's way easier to learn a board game when your friends are telling you some of the rules and helping you understand the rules. And then once you kind of get past that point, it's one of the greatest games ever made. So a lot of people don't make it past that point, and I think that that's a bit of a shame. I think people are very quick to jump to conclusions or give up on video games, but what are you trying to catch in a cave? Okay, so Forgotten Beasts are called Trap-Avoid, which means they cannot be caught in cages. So I will not make a guide on how to catch Forgotten Beasts in cages. I know how to. There is a bug that'll let you do it, but it's very tedious, especially for new players. So I don't want to like help people do that. If you go to the YouTube, or not to the YouTube, if you go to the wiki and you look up cages and Forgotten Beasts, you will find the workaround. It is listed in there if you would like. But otherwise, just Forgotten Beasts aren't cage trappable. But if you're luring them into enclosed areas, you can just lock them indoors, like I just did. Like that's what I'm doing. Like this. The original way would be to use drawbridges, but Quendel, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Hello. How was your stream? How was Dwarf's? Saw you streaming. So, I mean, doors are also weird. They shouldn't be like this. Forgotten Beasts should be able to rip the doors off the hinges when they're locked. It's just supposed to take them a little bit. No, they can open doors. They just can't open locked doors. They're supposed to be able to break locked, or they're supposed to be able to break closed doors. But for some reason, they can't in this version. And I don't know why. And you know what? I'm going to abuse it until it stops being a thing. So, lovely session night. Things went too. I had dwarves falling to their death earlier, so, you know, things can definitely go too well sometimes. Okay, how full is that? 45% full. Sweet. Well, that filled up nice and quick. Okay, so we're finally back at capacity and able to do things again. Yeah, I mean, with drawbridges, it's just a matter of, like, getting the timing right. I mean, that's how we used to always do it in older versions of the game, was just drawbridges. You just line up your drawbridges and then just, like, count down as they get further away, and then right at the last second, you go 3, 2, 1, pop, pull the lever, and then don't worry about it, because, you know, beastie's caught. I much prefer doing it that way, and I miss those days, and I hope we get back to that at some point, but it's all work right now. You had 20 unicorn fulls at once. A lot of unicorns. So you click the little exclamation point to make them do it now. If you want them to pull a lever, here, I'll use this as an example. You click the pull lever button, they won't do it in a timely manner. Click that, someone will do it right away. You have to click the little exclamation point, the do it now button. Otherwise, they will take their sweet time. So if it's not a priority and you don't need it done immediately, don't worry about it. Otherwise, make sure you hit that button. I'm sorry, what? Oh, okay. I was like, I saw Forgotten Beast fighting in the combat log. I'm like, what? We're fighting with a Forgotten. Are you just like permanently fighting with yourself? Wow, he is. Okay. Huh. That's funny. Interesting. Do I have a library? I do have a library, yeah. Only one dwarf ever pondered lever, and that is stuck around as an inside joke, and I like that. Ponders lever. Where did I put my library? Here it is. This is my library. This dwarf really wants to practice a craft, so I will let you practice a craft if you insist. He's waging war with his own flatulence. That's dark. All right, let's also get just like a general rock blocks job going. Let's just do 2,000 blocks. And then I will go all the way down into here, and we will go back to this nightmare. Fighting with the cave crocodile, that's fine. Thanks for your contribution, Blundermouth. If you were sorry, you wouldn't have said it, so I completely disregard that lack of apology. It's like YouTuber apologies. Trying to do not. That's fine, dude. Don't worry about it. You're all good. I'm just, you know, throwing shade. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, I monetized this sorry video. Just so that I can make money while telling you how sorry I am. So I need more miners. Like bad. So let's appoint some more miners. Not the captain of the guard, though. Not the sword master, not you. Sure, there we go. Turns out, I lost a lot of miners in a pretty short period of time. Also, it turns out most of my miners are doing completely things completely unrelated to mining. I don't believe I've seen that, Nevek. Streamer has some strong opinions. Hi, I'm blind. Welcome to my stream. We'll either get along great or we won't. That's about all there is to it. I haven't even said anything that's like particularly controversial in the last 90 seconds. I've been pretty neutral for the last little bit, aside from the streamer apologies, or YouTuber apologies, rather. Bit, but come on, that's pretty funny. Did you die yet? I don't think so. Nope. No, you're still alive. You got a pickaxe. You're a legendary miner. You're legendarily mining. You can be very happy and optimistic still. No lovers or anything. You're just on your own. You're part of the Deep Guild, which is the Miners Guild. It's a good name for a guild for mining, I would say. Dwarves get leprosy because some of your cats had rotting body parts while they were alive. Did you get attacked by a forgotten beast with deadly dust recently? Cowards, Anander? People who change them when confronted. Yeah. We're in an ad break. Not necessarily people with a lot of self-doubt as well. Well, as somebody with a lot of self-doubt who hates himself, who's constantly depressed, and is constantly working to try and not be, I would say the two go hand in hand. Self-doubt causes cowardice. Cowardice can cause self-doubt. Welcome back, Elfie. Hello. I actually don't remember if there was a deadly dust beast. Do you feel like there was? Because if people are running around like rotting, basically, you probably need a hospital if you don't have one. If you do have a hospital, you probably need soap if you don't have that. Essentially what it means is like they've been contaminated with some outside source that is causing their skin to rot. It's not necessarily deadly depending on how bad it is, but they will need that skin removed. It can be caused by forgotten beasts or by it can be caused by forgotten beasts. It can be caused by titans. It can be caused by haunted biomes. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying words and my life has no meaning. Unexplained miasma. Yeah, if there's unexplained miasma, you probably have the skin rotting syndrome, which is essentially leprosy. A force that is both dark and vile has arrived. Cool. Oh yeah, well not part 2, it's like part 247,563 at this point. But yes. After we finish digging out these chunks. I really was wishing we'd get more dug down here, but, you know, here we are. Hey, space potatoes. Pocket Glass, thank you very much for checking out a gift sub. Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, I'm in a weirdly like self-reflective mood today. I don't know what's going on. What's the object of this insanely large channel? I want it to go all the way down to the caverns because I think it would look cool and it's also a pretty effective form of defense. That's the objective of it. I want it to go all the way down to the caverns. I really would like it to go all the way down to here. The problem with that is recently it got deep enough that dwarves started falling down it and dying. So I now have to dig it out really carefully and really slowly, and that's kind of obnoxious. So I'm not super thrilled with it at this exact moment. So I don't know. I don't know what it's gonna end up being. I may have to just like build it differently. Well, I never went to school, so I never had a principal. So my principal would never apply to anybody. Logically speaking, of course. I don't want to talk about it, Arende. They're like puffing out gas in tune with the music. All right, so now we've done that. Go grab this. Pull that lever. Get that shut. There you go. Done. Now that I've done that, go down here. Lock. Oh, I was going to lock this door, but I guess that's not going to happen. I'm instead going to go down here, and I'm going to remove all this. And that. And all of this. And all this. Now that I've done that, have the goblins been paid yet? Oh, like have I hit them with the coins? No. No, I have not. Stone Coat has been possessed. Get back in there, kiddo. Am I old enough to have played Commodore 64 or Amiga? What does age have to do with that? Like, I could go play Commodore 64 games right now if I wanted to. But no, I've never seen nor played anything on the Commodore 64. I have better opinions now. I'm very confused by where this conversation is leading. This dwarf went the wrong way. They put on a great show in Vegas, Nander. Did you take part in World War I? I would have to be a time traveler, likely. Which would actually make me a much cooler person. Or a Marvel character, one of the two. Oh, better options. Duh. I guess I'm still confused about the whole relevance. Let's see. Still alive. Very happy. Metalsmith. I mean, it was higher. It generally sits at a locked 80. I actually uncapped the frame rate off stream, and it was sitting at 120 frames a second. This game runs really well these days. Caveman Doc, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. For the... Oh, I was going to say, the first gifted sub in a while, but like, Bucket Glass just gifted out a single sub. The first pack of gift subs in quite a few hours, I would say. The last one was... kind of a while ago. Jeez. 4 hours ago? Thank you. Goblin should have brought a trebuchet. Yeah. No, I tend to agree with that. Gonna deny their parlay. There we go. Gates shut. Okay, Stonecoat, what do you need? Diorite, gizzard stones, lemonite stones, bones. Okay, you need bones. Well, I'll just slaughter a bunch of birds then. Peacocks and peahens. Good for you, Rockfire. It's probably for the best. I've always found bourbon to be a little bit bland, but I'll always try a bourbon I haven't had. Yeah, okay, so still wandering onto the map. It was that or coffee. I would take coffee. If I had to choose between like coffee and alcohol, I would absolutely choose coffee. Or coffee and like hard alcohol specifically, yeah, easily I would choose coffee. Just like if I had to choose between hard alcohol or beer, I would take beer. I prefer craft beer over hard alcohol generally. Cool. Artifacts getting worked on. That's what we need to see. Goblins are still wandering into the map. Which one was this? Ah, it's the Wrath of Machines. Wraith of Machines. Hate the taste, love the smell. Interesting. You miss your Pacific Northwest craft beers. Like, you know, it's really funny. Whenever I go to a different city, I always talk shit about the beer. And people are always like, oh, what are you talking about? Our beer's great. It took 3 trips to Quebec and like 8 different breweries for me to find one that I thought was decent. Like, my God. Don't even get me started on Boston. Don't even get me started on Boston. You talk shit about the pizza. Yeah, true. I have no real, like, fondness or attachment for good pizza. Pizza's depression food for me. If I'm sad and depressed, I eat shitty pizza to damage myself. Like a form of self-harm. Stone Coat has begun a mysterious construction. Alright, so we've got just crowds and crowds of goblins piling in. It's not that big of a wall of text. I'm sure they're having a great conversation. I'll be honest, I haven't been following it in the slightest. So. Sour cream and Onyo chips? I don't know what an Onyo chip is, but it better taste like onions. Good lord, they're sending in so many gerblins. So many gerblins. I don't know which door they're going to, so. I'm actually, like, decently impressed with the size of this siege. Like, it's actually, like, kind of a pretty large siege. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I could see that. That's a tasty combo for sure. There's a brand of kettle chips called Hard Bite. It's very common around here. And they have a avocado oil. One that is particularly good. So, the Marsh Titan, Tubeb, Osonbungmo, Moslow, has come. A huge iguana composed of snow. It has spindly antennae, and it moves about carelessly. It's made of snow. I think it's outside on my patio right now, Chad. It's the bloated. It's upset when caught in a snowstorm. Dude, why you gotta hate your own kind like that? I mean, these goblins are gonna, like, poke it and it's gonna explode. It's on its way over, though. It's trying. Stonecoat has created a bronze short sword named Lusumzez and offers it to the Pointy Rock of Artifacts. This bronze short sword is, very clearly, a bronze short sword. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of bronze, diorite, and slate, and lemonite, and zircon, and citrine. On the item is an image of Touch Helpful, the Sienna Rawness raw adamantine crossbow, and Drothla bone. On the item is an image of Fancy Dirges, the adamantine mace, in blue peafowl bone. All right, well, gonna send all 3 of my crossbow squads up to the back of that. I'm gonna go all the way down to here. I'm gonna unforbid their ammo. And then I'm gonna go up to here. Let's see where these goblins are at. All right, well, in relation to the beastie, they're pretty close, so. Beastie's about to come up and is probably just gonna immediately disappear. Yep, I was right. This goblin here got it by literally stabbing it in the lower body with a silver spear. And the severed part sailed off in an arc, meaning the entirety of the lower body sailed off in an arc. I'm just going to let some of these goblins keep going. I think around the time this crew is in here, we'll fire the first round. It's about for the time for these goblins to get paid, I think. Dwarves are all lining up. I think now is a good time to fire it. All right, so let's fire the middle shrapnel cannon first. So then click this button, little check mark appears. Lever gets pulled. I can then cue this up a second time. Fires off. So this is the weapons cannon, so it fires out weapons that the goblins bring us. And there it goes. So they've been looted. Now that one's been fired. Go up. I'm gonna fire the back one. Now we wait for another dwarf to come up, pull the lever. Cue up a second pull. Jump down, grab the minecart, wait. Fires off. And that initial blast gets a second wave, this time of coins. Shoutouts to this goblin who didn't get hit by anything because these three ate them all. Although somehow this goblin didn't get hit by anything, which is kind of amazing. This goblin up here is probably having a bad day. I mean, the last round of coins hit them in the upper body, bruising the muscle and bruising the left lung. This goblin is also having a rough day. I mean, it got hit by 500 coins, which struck it in the upper body, fracturing the bone through the chain leggings, which twisted something important, probably. Bet you that hurts. That one's gonna hurt in the morning. Minecart number 2 is rolling off. I can unforbid both of these. And also jump up, and we can get ready to fire off the final shot. Although the final shot is going to wait until this guy is in here, which is going to be pretty soon, I think. 5, 4, 3, 2, now. Actually, let's wait for this guy to be up here at the bloodline. Some of these guys can get ahead, that's okay. Wait for these 3 to be in there if possible, because these guys are going slowly. Okay. We'll fire off that last shot. Want to miss. Now we wait. Dwarf comes running. Come on, Dwarf. There you are. Minecart fires off. And minecart hits. Coins fly out. Oh, okay, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Look at that. Look at just that destruction. The immediate evisceration of these goblins. This one lost it, or just this one just lost. Well, it's giving into the pain. It got stunned. It got hit by gold coins, gold coins, gold coins. This one got hit in the lower leg, which twisted the knee. Ow! This goblin's just like, oh boy, this is maybe not good. And you got hit pretty bad. Look at that. Look at, oh man, you're all injured now. Oh, ain't that's too bad. That's too bad, buddy. That's too bad. So, a large portion of the siege is now gone. And we can fight with the remainder. As for topside, we're going to tell squads to go here, here. You, no, not you. You, and you. You guys are going to run up to here and stand there. And here come the goblins. We're giving you the 500-mile-long stare when they see the coins. I mean, it's just like, here, have my wealth. You came here to take it from me. I shall forcibly give it to you to the face. They seem to, like, appreciate it, you know? And then the Marksdwarves are going to start shooting in a second. Give them a second. I'll start firing. Any moment now. There they go. If I, like, gave them, like, firing spots through the corners, they could probably shoot better, but... Alright, let's just send in the dwarves. Spicy vulgarity and all my other squads. because they're all prepped and ready. Bolts are flying still. It appears that Big Bang is being very, very brave here and has run straight up into the front. Is actually striking the Goblin Bowman with his buckler, jamming the bone through the right shoulder's muscle and tearing the right shoulder's muscle and bruising the bone. And he says, and then the force bends the right shoulder, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. More bits and pieces and stuff are flying everywhere. Melee goblins come running in, and it seems that Big Bang here is getting kind of tired, which means we better get out here and help Big Bang pretty quickly. We really need our dwarves to come in as backup. And Fragrance is running up in the lead towards the goblin lines. Big Bang is tired, but in a martial trance, so okay for the time being. The dwarves are now fighting as best they can. Ashir has recently grabbed the goblin by the left upper arm with the iron battle axe, probably by impaling him. This dwarf here, who is still tired but in a martial trance, is scratching a goblin pikeman in the right back teeth, and their teeth sailed off. Probably those teeth. This dwarf right here, Popliope, is stabbing a goblin pikeman in the lower arm with a steel spear, which is tearing many a motor nerve. That goblin just had a really bad day as Dalmas over here comes over and strikes the goblin maceman in the head with her shield. The attack was deflected, however, but the force pulls the neck, tearing apart the fat. So even though the shot itself didn't do much damage, it was still fine. This goblin here is the biggest threat to this dwarf here, because if this goblin here fires a bolt at this dwarf here and this dwarf dodges and this dwarf falls, then dwarf go wee, and that's bad. So here's hoping dwarf don't go wee. There's still a bunch of goblins up at the end of the bridge. Dwarves are moving forward as quickly as they can. Limbs and bits and pieces are flying everywhere. Bobtron, why you gotta be like this, bud? Okay, it's fine. Not dead. Just bleeding. Just bleeding a lot. It's fine. His left foot is mangled. Well, I mean, not dead, so that's good. What else do we got? Up here, the dwarves are continuing to move forward. Things are still successful. The rest of the squads are pushing through. This dwarf, Skettly, is wielding actually a shield and a spear. Just for some reason, the sprite isn't showing it. I did think this dwarf was, like, not wielding any weapons for a moment there. All right, so I'm going to tell all of my squads, and by that I mean literally all of my squads, go stand here. We're just gonna push through. The dwarves are forcing their way forward. The goblin siege hasn't broken yet, which I think is quite impressive. A very big stack of dwarves right there. They run forwards, attacking that dwarf. Where's Bobtron at? That's somebody I need to find. Bobtron, where are you? Bobtron is seriously injured and walking quite slowly, it appears. By walking quite slowly, I mean not walking. So that's actually probably good. It means Bobtron is more likely to live. I will tell all of the dwarves to just go station. Oopsies, not patrol. Just station right there. We're gonna end where Bobtron is so that they can go rescue Bobtron. Mission Rescue Bob is now fortunately underway. The dwarves are continuing to move through the remainder of our enemy. There isn't much of them. There's a few goblins running. Typical goblin behavior, if you ask me. One goblin who wished they died earlier. And there's some above ground up here, now flying to pieces. They all run over to here, and they are now stationed. Why are they sprinting like that? What? Interesting. For a second there, it looked like they were going to attack Bobtron. I was like, no, go stand next to Bobtron. Rescue Bobtron. Open up this lever. And I'm going to put this as part of the burrow. So we can rescue Bob. Recover wounded. There we go. Oh. Yeah. I mean, your dwarf ended up dying actually by ending up behind enemy lines like this. They literally couldn't get through the squads. That's funny. All right, well, I can turn this burrow off now. And before I do much else, I'm going to go to body parts, and I'm going to go to corpses, and we're going to dump everything. I'm also going to forbid this door. Store item in bin. I don't know what items they're going to go store, but they're going to go store something in a bin. That was a very bloody fight. Like a very, 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 very messy fight. Let's just go through here and forbid a bunch of other jobs. Like all of these. We can keep preparing meals. We can keep brewing drinks. Am I, like, out of copper? Wow, I am. Okay. I'm just going to go into here and I'm going to do this, because this is clearly not working. I'm just producing more metal stuff than I can reasonably make. And I guess I'm also out of charcoal again. That appears to be the case. Okay, well. We're just going to do it that way. Goblins know what they want, you're going to give it to them hard. Something like that, yeah. All right, chat room. So I am getting kind of hungry. I'm going to go grab myself my sandwich while these dwarves begin cleaning up. You guys, if you would like, can follow Saigon, who's cleaning things up. And this is just a reminder to everybody. This channel wouldn't exist if it wasn't for people like you with the ability to use those sound commands, those emotes, those little skulls next to your name, the people over on YouTube watching, whether you're watching ads or not. I wouldn't have this job if it wasn't for people who watch this stream. So during this ad break, I'm going to go get me my sandwich. It should take me about 90 seconds. BRB.
Over here, he has a sword!
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Oh, dude, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Bark, 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 bark.
You fucking donkey!
Hell yeah.
Nuclear vessels.
I beat the ad break. You're gonna go to sleep. We'll see you later, UGDPY. Thanks for hanging out. I don't know if I missed you or not. Hopefully I didn't.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
I mean, if you were trying to start a fight with YouTubers, the best way to do that is by opening up a second tab with the YouTube stream and leaving a like. It hasn't been, people haven't been doing that as much recently, which is a damn shame.
Flobberdobberdoggadoggies?
I really need to make these dwarves new clothes. I can check. Give me a second. I'm kind of eating a sandwich at the exact moment. Give me like a minute. Go. I deliver snacks as far as I can throw them, Jordan. Yeah, I really need to sort out these dwarves' clothing. If I can throw snacks as far as... I never said I delivered to Northern Alberta. I simply said I will deliver snacks as far as I can throw them. Very limited delivery distance range. Sort of like when you try to... Also, how much snow do you have in Northern Alberta? Because also, it is still snowing outside. Quite a lot, in fact. So that person's dwarf. Farsco, yeah, you are still alive. You are very, very happy, in fact. You are a extremely happy dwarf. You have fine quarters. You're a professional weaponsmith. Competent organizer. Crafts Dangled is your last name. You're a member of the cult of amethysts, the second most popular religion in the fort. Tolas, thanks for gifting a sub to Mighty Rhett. Greatly appreciated, man. And you are pulling body parts out of the rafters because that is a profession here, I suppose. So there you go. Dwarf is still, in fact, alive. Surprisingly enough. I guess this Forgotten Beast is going to be permanently just damaging itself. Well, alright. So, because we've got all that stuff working on, or getting worked on, I think the next most logical thing to do now is actually give my military a break so that they can go help. Because this will give me 10, 20, 30, 40-ish more hands, help clean stuff up. Whereas we're going to cancel your training jobs and set you to... you know what? No orders is fine, actually. Let's just let large numbers of you guys go do other things. You know what? We'll just take them off duty. We'll take them all the way off duty. Go do other things, dwarfs. And there we go. So now we have a lot more hands to get things done. You get to drop proper beers now. This is true, Mighty Rat, yes. It's your second month ever of being able to drop proper beers. Which, frankly, I think is a good thing. Just don't drop them on the floor, please. Otherwise, I may make you clean them up, especially if they hit the carpet. I also need to pull this. You're allergic to carpet? Oh, well, that's good. I've got very little carpet in my apartment. Honestly, the best thing about this snowstorm that we've gotten is the fact that the visit with my landlord was canceled. I'm actually, like, kind of ecstatic about that. Because, like, I was kind of stressing. I spent, like, all night cleaning my bathroom. So the bonus is I don't have to see my landlord, but I get a clean bathroom out of it, so I guess that's good. So many dumping jobs. If I go up here and actually scroll down, it should tell me how many more active dump item jobs we have. That's so many. Oh boy. We got some snow in South Texas. Here, I'll go snap another photo. It lasted like 20 minutes, yeah. Here, I'll show you the progress of how much snow we've gotten. So at the beginning of the day, there was like, or last night rather, there was none. It started snowing at about midnight. That was when I woke up. Right before I started the stream. Okay. That was a few hours into the stream. And that is it now. So it's still coming down, it's just slowed down a lot. But it is still snowing. You know, in 2010, we didn't have enough snow on our ski hills for the Winter Olympics to actually be able to do their skiing bits. So they actually took dump trucks and transported snow from the one mountain that did have snow to the mountains that didn't. It didn't work so well. It wasn't a very effective method of getting snow onto a different mountain. So I would say that I don't think I could give it to you if I wanted to. Like, there is a world where I would really like to give you guys some of my snow, but, like, I literally can't. Okay, let's see how the dump item jobs are doing. Okay, so we are just about out of dump item jobs. That's good. I can unforbid these floors and start unforbidding these workshops. And let's check bars. Let's actually check Coke. How much Coke do I have currently? None. Well, all right. I suppose that's what we need to work on. Getting our coal back up to capacity. It also appears there's tons of magnetite here. Where's those two minecarts? What? I'm confused. Because they're apparently both here. Oh, there they are. Okay. Just pushing them back. Makes a bit more sense now. Okay, so I was going to build a minecart route out from down here. This is something I was going to do. Didn't get around to it. You were a truck driver? Oh, really? I didn't know that, Tolas. You're also in West Coast Canada? I won't say exactly where I am, but hi from Vancouver area-ish. I can't afford to live in Vancouver, but sometimes I'm more open about exactly where I live than others. Depends on the day, really. I would, as somebody who spends a lot of time walking around traffic, I would state pretty. I'm pretty confident in my ability to say that I don't think most people on the road know how to drive. And that's kind of it. I'm pretty sure most people who are on the road do not know how to drive. Okay, so this isn't gonna work. Let's remove this, because what I think I should actually do is I should just dig a separate little way up for the minecart route, and I could just build a door onto it to lock it if I need to. And I feel relatively confident in saying that. The current generation of self-driving cars. Gotta love beta testing in public, eh? Yeah, so I guess I'm just gonna have like a combat alert just forever then. I guess that's just my life now. Swear that I saw... There it is. You know... Boy, oh boy. Oh, okay, well that was an easy one. What's up, Loboren? Took some time to fix herself and now it's working. That's good to hear. It's been a while, dude. Bunch of snatchers run onto the map. Well, what really are you gonna do to me, snatchers? If they run off with my kids, they run off with my kids. They ain't gonna do much more, though. Okay, so I got a bunch of different ore veins up in here. That's fine. Still loving the live play. It's your background soothing noise while I do busy work at your day job. Your general question when embarking 4x4 square give you the defaults to the mouse in the upper left corner. Or rotate the mouse pointer. Start in the lower right corner. I don't think you can change where you start in your fort like at all. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure like there just is no way to do that. So I realize this isn't the most direct route to do this here, but I'm doing it this way because I think it'll look cooler. Yeah, I guess I'm not entirely sure I understand the question about, like, mouse and deployment corner. I know that, like, currently in the game, there is no way to select where you like where the wagon parks, if that's what you're asking. It's one of those like, we'll be able to someday features. There we go. When you place your plot at the start of the fort, when it gives you the rundown of the stats based off of where the mouse is. Like your mouse was stuck? Huh. Now I'm wondering, how'd you manage to get your mouse stuck somewhere, but... It's a very thankless job. There's a lot of thankless jobs out there, told us. But someone has to do it, so thank you. I almost like feel the need to say thank you for your service, like to people who take care of the elderly more so than people who are actually in the military. Oh, you're talking about pre-embark biome checks. Yeah, if you're talking about before embarking, yeah, I don't know. The description changes based off where the mouse is. So I think what you're talking about, what you're commenting on, is like artifacts of the fact that the game used to be keyboard driven, right? Like you used to have very, very, very precise movement over the game with the keyboard. So you'd put the keyboard cursor there and it would say what it is, but it wouldn't block anything because you had a little rectangular keyboard symbol, right? But yeah, if you look at each individual tile, it'll say what each tile is, because each tile is different, right? So you could be on up to 4 biomes on a 4x4 square, or 2x2, or whatever, or a 6x6. Each tile on the corner could be theoretically a different biome. So you could have each one of those locations could be different, basically. Ah, crap. That's not going to work. I think I can just run over that, though. Let's see. Doesn't want to, so I will instead build a floor here using this chalk piece. This is just going to be generic all stone. It's going to be part of the bigger minecart unloading thing. Although, actually, let's just get you to dump north. Or south, rather. Just dump here. It's fine. They'll get redistributed into this eventually. This is going to add so many goddamn jobs. There you go, you're done. These up here are all getting done slowly. Unsuspend these extra ones. I mean, minecarts are a lot easier to grok if you're not trying to power them. As long as you're not trying to do anything stupid or fancy with minecarts, and by stupid and fancy, I mean like fully automated minecart systems. As long as you're not trying to do anything automated, like it's pretty simple. This one I might actually add some shenanigans onto it, but I may get the dwarf to ride it down the last little bit just for fun. Because it's downhill, so I could actually do that. Your brain's too smooth? Word of advice. Don't insult your own intelligence because you don't understand how a video game mechanic works. You don't actually have to take my advice, but I always found that habit of some people to be a little bit silly. It's just something that you need to do once or twice, and it gets pretty simple pretty quick. Just remember that you can't turn on corners while going up ramps. That's about it. Because if you repeatedly, like, tell yourself that you're bad at something or you're too dumb to do something, you'll never learn it. You're like signing your own fate, basically. Although maybe that's a healthy attitude. I don't know, just being accepting. It's being accepting of one's limitations, I suppose. Okay, so down here we're gonna have, whoops, no. Down here, all the way at the bottom, I've made a new route. This is Route 15. Route 15 is going to be called Route 15 is gonna be called more rocks. God damn it. Okay, this place is gonna start here. It's gonna be, we'll just put a spore tree minecart, that's fine. I will have to add a few different stops to this. It's going to load all stone, literally all stone. And it's gonna load from this stockpile right here. And it's going to then go up to here. And I'm gonna add a second stop. It's gonna go to right there. It's just gonna dump out, and then when empty of desired items, okay, it's gonna then go north to then right here. And it's here, it's gonna keep gliding this way. Except when empty of desired items, you're then gonna ride it. And that's how we're gonna do this. So many rocks. Yeah, I've got so many rocks. Also, I should just forbid this minecart at this exact moment, because otherwise they're just going to carry it. A bit redundant. Waiting for the last few dwarves to come get the last few bits. I'm using boulders to build this, so it's slow. It's a slow process. Here you can actually have a drawbridge. We'll also just make out a diorite, so I can lock this thing when enemy sieges come in. Wow, they got to that one faster. That's slow. Let's just do this. Whatever's closest. There you go, that's one. Let's see if you can push this without it connecting to that track, because I broke the track connector when I swapped out the rock type there. We'll find out in a second. The answer is no. No, they cannot. Okay, well, you can carry that up. That's fine. I'll deconstruct this and reconnect her. So it'll take this dwarf a minute to haul that up there, but it's fine. We'll just bring these in. And then to jump up to here. Because this is where they're bringing it to right here. Which I'll dump it out right there in front of them. You know what's funny? I think that we're finally through the Steam winter sale bump in traffic for Dwarf Fortress. Because this morning when I was looking at my YouTube stats, all of my trailers are back down to much, or not trailers, all of my tutorials are back down to much more normal numbers. So I think it's going to take a little bit, actually, for things to get busy again. And holy shit, we finally got migrants. Thank everything. Finally. Holy crap. Chat room, can I get a round of beers? Praise Armok. or some god that you worship. Doesn't matter which one. Pick one. Praise them. Sun's also a god in this instance. Hell fucking Lilias. So happy. Thank the death god for migrants. I mean, I suppose. Are you not connected? Oh, I see. There's a spot here that's not connected. It's just not finished yet. It's broken still. God damn it. Okay, well, in that case, diorite, please. Just waiting for that dwarf to get down here with that minecart. Come on. Where are you? Why are you walking so slow? Come on, Dorfus McGee. Dodok, why is your blood on the ground? Who put that there? Put it back. Okay, this I can forbid. Okay, let's see. Is this done yet? Nope. Okay, let's get this fixed, finished, done. And then we can test her properly, hopefully. Sweet. Okay, so now the minecart route is 100% complete. Let's test it out. Dodok, you're scaring the children. Stop bleeding everywhere. Does take the dwarves a little bit of time to get down here, but that's okay. There they go. 1. It's not going to take too many boulders to fill this up. 2. 3, 4, and 5. Now we just wait for a dwarf to come push it. What? I beg your goddamn pardon, dwarf. The fuggles. What have I done wrong? Why are you still carrying the minecart? Oh! Right. Well. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. I forgot to tell him to go in the right direction. So he, like, tried to push it, but couldn't. Oh, well, on the bright side, we'll get to watch it go back down. Just have to wait for this dwarf to, you know, single file walk up the very safe stairs. Single file. There you go. How far north? That doesn't go very far north. Anyway. This dwarf's playing IRL Frogger right now. He's gonna walk over to the stockpile. Oh, I know, absolutely picked up the minecarts with the rocks. You sure, boss? You want me to carry this thing upstairs? I mean, like, if you insist. Hey, at least it's just a spore tree minecart, space potatoes, and not a gold minecart like most of the others. Okay, so now it's up here. So now we can watch this. There you go. So Dwarf does the important thing, and then he's gonna ride it for the last little bit. So goes bup, 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 down here, all the way over to this thing, and then an ad break hits. God damn it. Well, we'll get to watch the thing go all the way. Oh, pfft. He stops pushing it. I guess I should just kick it for the last little bit. I kind of thought that they would just jump in and keep going, but this dwarf decided to go do something else halfway through, so, like, stopped pushing instead. Okay, well, instead I'll just get you to kick it then. No riding then, fine. No fun zone. I'm disappointed. Nope. No, it doesn't stop minecart. It's just a matter of time before this kills somebody. Dwarf Fortress, Fade Man is kind of like Paper Mario. While things have weight and density and size, they're actually flat. So if something is just sitting on the ground, it doesn't block anything. But like, a boulder in a doorway will block the doorway. But at the same time, you can fit 1,000 dwarves in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Same with dragons or anything else. If something lies down or if it's just sitting on the ground, it's got, there's nothing blocking things. But if a boulder lands on your head, then it's heavy and hurts. You don't really want a boulder to land on your head, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Okay, let's make sure this whole route works now. Goes up. Doop, 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 doop. Then you come up here and push it this way. It is only a matter of time, as I said earlier, before one of these minecarts kills somebody. But, I mean, that's part of the fun, right? Why aren't they kicking it? That's weird. They should just finish the job. All right, I should just get rid of that. That final job. Yeah, let's not worry about it. Should just push it all the way to the end. Unnecessarily slowing things down. The shield and an axe. That I agree with. Now they're probably going to carry it. Yep. It's fine, though. Get most of the dwarves over here to go put all this crap away. There's so much cleanup time put into this fort, it's kind of hysterical. And there it goes. We're gonna go start loading up these minecarts again. All right, chat. So I have a question. Did we want to do some adventure mode today? Heidi ho, what's up, Bane? How's things? Glancing over at you, YouTube. Do you guys have any input? Twitch chat's saying yes, so. Anonymous, thanks for checking out 3 gifts. For you or for me? Are you stating that it's been a good New Year's for you? If so, then yay. Are you asking if it's been a good New Year's for me? It's been a lot of taxes. We're in tax season. And also, like, this season is kind of weird in this industry. It's weird because it is the season that, like most industries, right? They take December off, basically. Like, by mid-December, for most industries are shut down, unless, like, you're unfortunate enough to work in food service, basically. But most industries kind of shut down. That doesn't happen here in this industry. In fact, December is like the busiest month of the year, which is rough, man. So the result is just exhaustion by the end of December. And then the result after that is you have to work almost as much in January, except like everything is slower. Like there's less people watching because people are back at work and tired. Money is slower because everybody has like, well, the industry spends all of its advertising money in November and December, so ad revenue cuts in half, if not more. It's December or January just sucks basically. Like I can't wait for like March right now. I mean, actually April, but March. So my year so far has been okay. It's been okay. It's been a typical January. Let's also give these dwarves a reward. We're going to make them loincloths. They've earned it. let's do 110 shoes, 100 gloves, 150 dresses, 100 trousers, 100 socks, 200 caps, 200 loincloths. So yeah, I don't know. It's a annoying month, and like, especially it's especially funny when like I see all the other streamers around my industry, I suppose, and it's like, well, everybody else is bitching that views are down. Like, yeah, it's January. January sucks. Like I know some people who like try streaming full time, and they do really well the first couple months, and like January November happens, December happens, January happens, February happens, March happens, and then they quit. Like the number of times that I've seen people try streaming full time and like just straight up not make it to December is kind of funny. Or not make it past like January is kind of funny. Because it kind of happens a lot. I've got a convict glass half empty of a bunch of disorderly conduct charges. To the point where, like, I know some people who, like, low-key just take January off. Like, January is, like, vacation month for some streams. Unless you know, are unfortunate enough to have to go to CES for some stupid reason. Because CES happens in January. You're getting there, Stone. Soon. Oh yeah, no, I'm not complaining. I mean, this summer was rough. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not complaining. It's just, here. I'll show you guys something kind of funny. It's not that I'm suddenly gonna die. Like, I'm doing absolutely okay. You guys are keeping me funded in a manner that is 100% okay with me. But this is a revenue chart. Obviously, it doesn't have exact numbers because I can't show them. But look at this. This is the end of December's revenue. This is January. It's the mental disconnect of the drop-off of, like, I'm still doing about the same amount of work, but making way less money is, like, mentally exhausting. It's like, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. We're good. But at the same time, it's like, brain doesn't like that. You know what I mean? And it's like the same for literally all of Twitch. So we're just going to wait until we get this stuff filled up a little bit. Once it's been filled up, we are then going to swap over to some adventure mode. That's how we're going to do this. Just trying to get everything reset, hopefully. Hell yeah, Baka. I'm happy that I, like, have a positive benefit on your entertainment or day, or saying life feels way too all-encompassing, so I don't like saying that, but I'm happy that I'm having a good effect. And I'm happy that my work is appreciated. From your annual bronchitis? Is that an annual thing? How do you have, like, a scheduled bronchitis? Oh, that sucks. And I really like New Year's. New Year's is probably my favorite of, like, the, I don't know, what culturally forced holidays, I guess, like the holidays that you're just kind of expected to celebrate as a human living on Earth. Like, you're just kind of it's kind of expected that you're going to celebrate New Year's, right? Like, it's kind of expected that you're going to at least acknowledge Christmas, especially if you live in the Western world, regardless of if you really celebrate it or not. You're kind of forced to interact with it to a degree just because it's so culturally all-encompassing. And I think that New Year's is probably my favorite of those holidays. But at the same time, like, right afterwards, it's like, all right, it's tax season. Time to figure out how much money I owe the government. And also time to, like, get yelled at by banks constantly because I have to update stuff. And then also, like, time to call, like, Canada Revenue because I have to, like, inform them that, yes, I'm still self-employed. And, yes, I still have my own. It's just, like, a lot of paperwork. It's just a busy bleh month. So, although I do get to go winter camping quite a bit this time of year, which is good. Every year, December to February. Oh, God, that sucks, dude. I had bronchitis once. I hope to never get it again. I mean, you know, it's part of having a private business, right? Like, my parents are in the same situation. My parents run a business, which is admittedly bigger than me because they actually have employees and whatnot, but, like, they're in this exact same boat. Like, you know, December's like they chill, and then it's like January's like, duh. It's not the worst month of the year, though. The worst month of the year is just the dead of summer. It's too hot. Not a heat-related person. I don't like heat. I like cool weather. I like the movie Heat. I don't like the high temperatures, though. Movie Heat is a masterclass in filmmaking. Wonderful film. Actually, I don't know if wonderful is the correct way to describe Heat, but here we are. Slowly just collecting these weird bracelets. There's a dwarf bone one and then a porcupine hair one. The dwarves never pick them up and carry them inside, so the result is we just got this slowly growing pile of bracelets. Guess I never connected that. Did I connect you twice? Guess that one must have been canceled. Yeah, no, you never got connected. Wow. I don't know. I think every job has its caveats. Caveats. Every job has its problems and its things that you need to sort out. And for me, paperwork season and tax season is... so... It's okay. By February 10th, I'll probably have paid my taxes, and then I'll be in a better mental space. It just takes a little bit. That's all. Uncle Sam, we don't have that in Canada. Onul has grown to become a child. I was confused for a second there, because I was like, Onul's an adult and works in my library. I guess we have more than one Onul now. There's a pretty memorable tantrumy dwarf named Onul, who's definitely a grown-up. Yeah, no, I had a great New Year's Eve, actually. I did my last camping trip of last year and my first camping trip of this year in one like night. Good old Uncle Justin. That's upsetting. Yeah, no, it was a good New Year's Eve. It was fun. Getting to go camping in the winter is always fun. Getting to sit in the snow and make a snow fort and hang out in it and drink because there's nothing else to do when it's dark at 4:30. It was like 3:50. It was dark, basically. Sitting in the cold, boiling water every 90 minutes. Fill your water bottles up with hot water so that you don't freeze because it's fucking cold. It's a good time. I enjoy it greatly. I mean, it is true. I mean, like our prime minister is currently named Justin. But I don't know. Referring to the government as Uncle Name is just weird to me. It's always been weird to me. Doesn't matter who's running the government at the time. It's just weird. That's part of the reason why it's weird. As long as it's not Uncle Chad, I'm good. I don't ever want to think about Nickelback again. I guess, like, giving a government a human name is weird to me. I'll just say it how it is and how my brain thinks it. It's pretty much that simple. It's weird to me. Just feels wrong. Say the lion? I like that more. Although it kind of gives me a Sylvania thing going on in my brain, but ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Because, you know, Disney. Although honestly, that's probably more apt in some ways. Say the crook. Yeah, but Quebec thinks anything that exists that puts rules in place is a crook. I like to talk about this because I think it's funny, but both times I've been in Montreal, there is a church that I've walked past, and this church has some graffiti on the back door that just says 666, Satan bad, upset face. And it's one of the funniest pieces of graffiti I've ever seen in my entire life. See, Uncle for yeah, that's the destroyer of cities. That's art. It's so funny to me. It's like the only thing I think about when I think about Quebec now. 666 Satan bad, angry face. Okay. Although in reality, I think the actual crooks in Quebec are the road service crews. They're the actual crooks. With the amount of socks ending up in this stockpile, I should just allow clothing and then just fire socks at them. But I need a heavier ammunition so that it doesn't take so long to load. Oh no! An item is missing from its proper place. Oh, I know exactly who's doing it. I know exactly who's doing it. There you are. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. He came back. Chatty came back. Fortunately, Q&T green tea admired the object, so it was probably Q and green tea. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to schedule and convict this guy. Because I know that this guy did it because he confessed on a previous thing. I'm going to grab the captain of the guard. Does he have it in his possession? I haven't checked. No, not yet. But QN probably has it. Nope. No, he doesn't. I mean, this is the only person here, so it's got to be that person. Regardless, I know that this person committed crimes previously, and that was the item they were trying to steal specifically. Because the person that they were... Oh, Faulted. Faulted has it. Faulted has it. They're gonna just straight up follow him. Look at this. Faulted's like, dude, I got something to get. Just Sky, come on. I got something to give you. I got something to give you. I got. I got some. It's okay. We got all 3 of them in the same room. This is great. Vaulted. You were imprisoned already once for this. So I think this guy just got beaten. Yeah, you did. So Captain of the Guard beat the crap out of him. What did you admit this time? Made flattering remarks in order to elicit information. He's refused to comply. Well, we beat you now, so let's do that again. We'll interview you 2 more times. Now he's running around. Now we're interviewing Faulted Throw over here. While this guy's going, ah, this is bad. And then Captain of the Guard, or rather, this Captain of the Guard is trying to interrogate the Dismal Hunter again, and the other guy fell asleep. Faulted Thrower made intimidating reports. The subject was too afraid to not comply. No new information was revealed. Okay, so we just know that he was trying to steal it. You are, in fact, still alive, and also your dwarf's still alive, too. How you doing, Lanix? It's good to see you. Thank you very much for swinging by today. Hope you're doing all right. Okay, so we're trying to chain him up. Let's chain him up. Because I know this dwarf ain't going anywhere. That's going to go get put away. A very competent underling. Nope. Not at all. Dismal Hunter now chained up. Let's see what else we've found. But why is this forbidden? Oh, because there's plum helmet seeds in there. So glass half empties over here, and this guy's like, bah! Let me at him. I love how there's just like a warhammer in front of them. That's got to be like a bit of an issue, hey? Q, and we're also going to schedule an interview with Q and Green Tea because they were admiring the object. And let's check the intelligence again. The Dismal Hunter a second time. No new information was revealed. All right, so plots-wise, organizations, we got Boss, who's unidentified. This person, Earth Wren, and then Faulted Thrower is the thief. It's the one plot we have. Look at that. Associated organization is unidentified. So we don't know what organization they are associated with, but we do know that they have a goblin parent. They claim to be a member of the Smiles of Warmth. I do like that name. Another artifact has been moved from its proper place. Wait. As in, like, from here to here? I'm pretty sure it literally was moved, like, not very far. There you go. Put that back. There you go. For a second, I thought this dwarf was going to go take. I was like, what the hell? Okay, so this second time, okay, so Blazing Iceberg saw Q and Green Tea admire the object. Let's interrogate Blazing Iceberg. And Aoma, the dwarven child. And let's follow the captain, who's doing more interrogating. You just had a bunch of dwarves fall down a curved ramp? Wow, ramp's danger, I suppose. I guess it must be like liquids at the top of the ramp or something. You know what I didn't look? I didn't look if they fell and died specifically when it was raining or snowing. I wonder if that's got anything to do with it. Let's see if you've been, like, you know, if you are just merely a witness here to expose crimes, Blazing, or if you are part of the embezzlement. How the hell did I get onto the Vancouver Canucks email list? Get this shit out of my inbox. What the fuck? They'll sometimes tumble down it during training. Huh. That's interesting. Okay, let's see what else we can do. Looks like all this stuff's going away, which is good. Turns out, it's a very busy time. It's a hard time to do interrogating. You have to chase the dwarves as, like, through this crowd as they are all hauling stuff up and down the stairs. Busy day. There you go. Finally got him. Nobody died, but I caught a criminal in the act of trying to steal one of my artifacts. And they are now imprisoned, which also happens to be a necromancer experiment who's going to get 222 days in prison, which is great, as it should be. As for this currently, we're trying to find out if there was any co-conspirators. So I'm interrogating the people who were seen admiring the artifact, and also the people who saw the people who were seen admiring the artifact. To see if I can track down a little bit more information, if possible, of course. At least they, with this version, by this version I mean version 50 plus, they managed to fix dwarves teleporting through walls, which is nice to see, honestly. It is really nice to see them fix dwarves teleporting through walls while in combat, because that was very annoying. Like, you couldn't have, like, a barracks in a tower or, like, near a body of water, or they would just, like, appear in the water and insta-die, which was not fun. I know losing is fun, but that was not a fun way to lose. That was very aggravating, actually. It's fun to see an actual organization like this. Yeah, and I can't wait until the rest of the villains features are into the game so that we can, like, properly interact with this system instead of just getting to witness parts of it. Just a bad place to tell them to train. Yeah, no, I'm still just massively confused by the whole moat situation, but trying to get the boulders out of there and, you know, improve it slowly. All right, let's see how this dwarf does. Wonder how you are at intimidate. A talented intimidator. There you go. See how this went? No new information was revealed. All right. Well, geez. Time to go get Blazing Iceberg then. Cheers, Jonah Simple. New snooze good. Everybody's talking about their plans of getting to TwitchCon. As TwitchCon's happening well, TwitchCon dates have been announced now. What did you miss? Oh God, chat. What have we done today? Let's see. A lot of dwarves fell into a hole and died, and I just lost the dwarf I was following. A lot of dwarves fell into a hole and died, which was unfortunate. Lanix is still alive though. We finally got to trade again. We killed a lot more goblins, and now I'm interrogating my dwarves, trying to discover a criminal ring that's been bubbling up for a bit. I got to build more additions to my defenses. We got to train more dwarves. I broke my the effectiveness of my smithing industry, and now I'm trying to fix it. What else have I done? The whole dwarves. So you know that moat that I'm digging, the really big moat. Well, let's just say that dwarves. It's a big enough ramp now that I guess dwarves just running down the ramp were falling into it and dying on the way down and just appearing at the bottom dead for, like, no reason, with no real combat log and no real logic behind it. And I was never really able to fully figure out why it was happening. I'm still not sure, but they just kind of appear at the bottom dead. So I had to remove all of the ramps. And yeah, we're still working on it, but dwarves were just appearing at the bottom of the ramp dead. That the combat log of, like, them just falling. So, like, I guess they're just slipping and falling down the ramps. I don't know, but it's something. It's something, all right. You can believe the rain theory. The rain theory, yes. Why is there teeth right here? Oh, these are glass half empty's teeth. Well, let's follow Blazing Iceberg. Humans have arrived to trade. Oh, I mean, sure, it's certainly beautifully Dwarf Fortress has also made me really mad. Made me real mad for a minute there, but it's okay, I got over it. What Blazing Iceberg has to say. Well, unfortunately, that didn't give us the somebody that it implicates, but the captain of the guard is going to go grab a drink. I think I need to make some more mugs. Or goblets, I guess, in this case. Still very short on charcoal. I really need to... I basically can't do any metalworks until I get more bituminous coal. I'll see you later, Mighty Rat. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, you're asleep. All right, well, we will unravel this criminal organization on another day. Chat room, it is time for us to go play some adventure mode, which means all the streams are going to keep going. We're going to go play some adventure mode for a bit. And because today's been kind of a quiet day, you know, anything that keeps the chat room moving is appreciated. So if you want to say goodbye to the VOD, you can, but all the streams are staying up, so...